All right, good morning, task force members. This is LK Nandan, your task force chair. Thank you for all of you joining us today. Before we begin, I want to express our continued concern for the health and safety of your families, friends, and communities. I want to take an opportunity to welcome our Secretary, Kevin Thibault, who is joining us to share a few remarks. Secretary?
Hey, good morning, LK. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, definitely.
Great. Well, good morning, and good morning to all of you. It's good to be with many of you again. I hope that, like just LK just said, that each and every one of you and your loved ones are safe and well. You know, we all have been given a charge by the legislature and the governor to plan for Florida's future. Many of you were with me when we talked about this and kicked off this effort back last August. And your commitment to this challenge really has not been wavered even in these challenging times. And again, thank you for that. I want to thank you again for taking the opportunity for your consistent engagement, your hard work, your flexibility, and all that will ensure that we can complete this critical work by this coming November. I also want to thank the members of the public who have been engaged throughout this process, joining us for task force meetings, both virtually and in person, at community open houses, and obviously through FDOT Listens, email address, and other opportunities. Public participation plays a crucial role in the work we do and is a vital component of this MCORS program. The team at the department will continue to provide each of you the public written input we received, as well as provide updates during task force meetings to ensure that these voices are heard. You know, LK and Weiwei and Will Watts have kept me updated on the progress of the important work the task force is doing. And again, I appreciate your dedication. In addition to staff support, I also appreciate the participation of the subject matter experts who have provided insight based on their expertise and addressed the key legislative emphasis areas of the MCORS program. Dialogue between the experts and each one of you regarding environmental and natural resources, land use, multi-use, co-location, broadband, economic development, and hurricane evacuation has proven to be invaluable in the ongoing work to develop high-level needs and guiding principles for this program. In addition, the hundreds, if not thousands of data points using our robust GIS tool have illustrated the influence and impact of policy guidance related to avoidance, enhancement, and attraction areas. I'm sure you're aware that today's meeting will focus on collectively reviewing, refining, and initially accepting the high-level needs of the proposed corridor. In addition, you'll be reviewing, refining, and working toward the goal of accepting the comprehensive list of guiding principles for this corridor. These consensus-driven guiding principles will be used to steer the draft path and courses, which are planned to be presented for your review at the next meeting in August. These path and courses remain broad and completely undefined, so your input and feedback continue to be critical. At every juncture, staff and subject matter experts will continue to work closely with you and provide support for you in every way possible so that you are able to reach consensus on your recommendations in an informed and productive manner. I assure you that the high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions you are developing will absolutely guide the development of the MCORS program. These past few months, we have adjusted to the impacts of COVID-19 and have reminded us of the critical role partnerships and relationships play in so many aspects of our daily lives. It is clear that we truly accomplish more only when we work together. Through the MCORS program, the legislature and the governor have reinforced proactive partnerships and have brought conservation advocates, regional and local governmental entities, utility providers, and transportation alleys, all working together with one goal in mind: to help ensure that our infrastructure provides the connectivity and flexibility necessary to meet the changing needs here in Florida. The work and outcomes from the task force meetings are critical to the well-being and the prosperity of our entire state and to our rural communities. We stand ready to carry your recommendations forward as we fulfill the other statutory requirements of the MCORS program and its legislation. In particular, we are actually considering the processes needed to monitor and report on implementation of the commitments identified through this task force, including the roles that certain organizations represented on this task force can play as the planning process continues. Again, on behalf of the whole state of Florida and the people of Florida and the governor, I thank you for your service, and I look forward to receiving your recommendations in November. Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address your group.
Thank you, Secretary, for taking the time to join us today to support kicking off Task Force meeting number 6. We look forward to sharing our recommendations with you as this task force completes this work. Task force members, we've appreciated your flexibility as you have continued to evolve the structure of our meetings. As you may have noticed, we are now using the term meeting to describe these events and resuming the sequencing we had started in the last fall. So this is officially Task Force meeting 6 after a few months where we have made use of webinars and other virtual formats to keep you engaged. We anticipate 3 more meetings between now and October to complete our work. Given the uncertainty about timing for resuming large gatherings and the dynamics of COVID-19 related case history, we will continue to set dates, design meeting formats with a combination of virtual and in-person format for both task force members and the public to participate, and remain nimble in adapting our format over time. As always, public input is an important part of our process. Today, we will hear an update on the public input received to date through our meetings, the community open houses, emails, letters, and other channels. We have provided for 2 in-person viewing locations accessible to the public within the study area at the Lee County Civic Center in Fort Myers and at the Jack Stroup Civic Center in Sebring. We also will have an opportunity for public comments at the end of the meeting. If you wish to address the task force and have not registered to do so already, you can sign up by 2:30 p.m. by registering on floridamcors.com or by contacting your local host at one of the 2 remote locations. Our focus today and during the next few meetings will be on drafting the key elements of your recommendations, including high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions for project development and beyond. We've been working on different pieces of this list during the past few meetings. The team has been integrating your comments from these discussions as well as prior meetings into a single draft. Today, we'll be looking at a complete draft of the high-level needs and guiding principles. Per your request at the last virtual meeting, we provided this list via email last week, and I hope you have had an opportunity to review our conversations today. Our goal today is to transition the high-level needs as a working list to support the guiding principle development. We'll continue work on the guiding principles and instructions today and future meetings. We're asking the task force as a group to refine the guiding principles today. You should focus on providing input to finalize the content that defines intent of the guiding principle and commitments necessary. We can continue to collect minor preferences and adjustments during future meetings as our report comes together. You will see that today we will be refining text on a real-time basis based on your input. We also have many of our subject matter experts on call to address any questions that may come up. The goal is to support your deliberations, so please let us know what you need. Now let me turn over the program over to our facilitator, Karen. Karen?
Good morning, everybody. I'm glad we can get together and have this discussion as we shift gears and turn the corner and start talking about recommendations more fully. I'm going to briefly cover several topics this morning: the public comment period, logistics for the meeting, today's agenda, objective, and the materials, and then a brief Florida Sunshine reminder. The public comment period will begin at 3 p.m. today, or as soon as we are done with the task force member discussion. We will receive comments virtually and then subsequently from our 2 physical locations. Requests to provide comments virtually received by 2:30 today will be addressed during the public comment period in the order they were received. If you've not yet registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting and wish to do so, please sign up on the website under today's event. If you need the link emailed to you, please use the raise hand function and one of our team members will email you the link to sign up. Requests to provide comments at one of the public viewing locations can be made by completing a speaker card at the on-site registration area. Just a quick reminder of GoToWebinar instructions. Everyone is getting to be old hat at this. The meeting is being recorded and will be available with other materials on the EMCOR's website. You will remain muted for the presentations, and once we get to the task force member discussions, we'll shift to a more interactive format similar to our in-person meetings. Instead of putting up your tent card to indicate you would like to ask a question or make a comment, you can use the virtual raise hand feature, and we ask you to remain self-muted when not speaking to reduce the background noise. I'll generally recognize people in the order they raise their hand, although as we do in in-person meetings, I may manage the flow to allow members who've not yet had a opportunity to make a comment or speak, or to wrap up a thread of conversation before we begin another. If you self-muted, please make sure to unmute before speaking. And as a reminder, please not put the webinar on hold and take another call, or we will hear your hold music or other activities. One last note, we may have adjusted your username to ratify you as a task force member for when we need to unmute your line. Please do not make any changes to this username so that you may be heard during the Q&A period. The objectives for today are sevenfold: to review the public engagement activities to date, establish initial consensus on high-level needs, as LK mentioned, discuss and refine draft guiding principles, discuss draft instructions for project development and beyond, get an update on the draft report outline and report drafting process, as well as corridor planning activities, and then to receive public comment. Just to recap, I'm going to do a refresher on the government sunshine law, and then we'll take roll call. Then we'll have a presentation from Will Watts on the public engagement activities, followed by the discussion of high-level needs. And then we'll start into the reviewing and refining of guiding principles. That'll take us to our lunch break at 11:30. When we return at 1, we will continue to review and refine those guiding principles. With about 2:30, we'll have a presentation from Weiwei on the task force report outline and the draft reporting process, followed by a presentation on corridor planning activities from Will Watts and Marlon Becerra, production lead. Then we'll briefly touch on next steps and turn to public comment. Like I said, the public comment period is scheduled to begin at approximately 3 p.m. or as soon as the end agenda items are completed. We hope all task force members will be able to stay on the line for that period. As a reminder of the government in sunshine, whether virtual or in person, generally speaking, the task force members should not communicate verbal, email, or via third party to another task force member on items under consideration by the task force. You may communicate on other matters unrelated to task force topics. We have our Attorney General representative, John Fricka, on the line. He's able to answer questions should you have any, and his contact information is here. I'm now going to do a task force member roll call. Members were given unique links to sign in, and we noted attendance as we came through. And I'm going to read through the organizations and note who's representing them and who's not in attendance. We generally have almost all task force members in attendance or have excused absences. So bear with me as I go through this. Polk State College, Angela Garcia Falconetti is representing them. For Florida Southwestern State College, we have Bob Jones. South Florida State College, Glenn Little. For the Florida Public Service Commission, Mark Cottrell is on the line. The Lee County MPO is represented by Don Scott. The Charlotte County Punta Gorda MPO is represented by Chris Constance. The Heartland Regional TPO is represented by Colin Lambert. The Polk County TPO is represented by Nat Birdsong. The Southwest Florida Regional Planning Council is represented by Bill McDaniel. The Central Florida Regional Planning Council is represented by Pat Steed. The Florida Chamber of Commerce is represented by Katie Worthington Decker. The Florida Trucking Association is represented by Dave Brovich. The Florida Rural Water Association is represented by Jerry Burr. The Florida Net and Internet Television Association member Bill Ferry is not with us at the moment. We'll let you know if he arrives. The Florida Economic Development Council is represented by Sherry Ambrose. The Florida Farm Bureau Federation is represented by Gary Ritter. Matt Caldwell is representing Maxwell, Henry, and Simmons. The Nature Conservancy is represented by Janet Bowman today. The Florida Wildlife Corridor is represented by Jason Lauritsen. The Everglades Foundation by Shannon Estenos. Defenders of Wildlife, Elizabeth Fleming. Audubon, Florida, Paul Gray. 1,000 Friends of Florida, Andrew Dickman. South Florida Water Management District, Melissa Roberts. Southwest Florida Water Management District, Brian Starford. The Collier County Commission, Penny Taylor. The Lee County Commission, David Murphy. The Charlotte County Commission, Ken Doherty. Henry County Commission is not yet represented today. The Glades County Commission is represented by John Ahern. The DeSoto County Commission also is not represented as of yet. The Hardy County Commission received an excused absence. Highlands County Commission is represented by Ron Handley. The Polk County Commission is represented by Rick Wilson. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Jennifer Carpenter. The Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, Pam Johnson. The Florida Department of Education, Robert Richards. The Florida Department of Health is not yet represented today. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is represented by Jason Haidt. The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services is represented by Janet Taylor. Enterprise Florida, Eric Anderson. The Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation, Tim McGrath. Career Source Florida, Donna Doubleday. Volunteer Florida, Rochelle Johnson. Florida Department of Transportation, Tracy Hood will join us later. Oh, he's on. Tracy is on. Tracy is on. Thank you. And of course, Secretary L.K. Nandum, and from the Collier County MPO, Mike McCabe. So that is our list of roll call for today. With that, I'm going to introduce Will Watts, the FDOT Chief Engineer, to provide an overview of public engagement activities and public comments received to date. And this is a summary. Thanks, Will.
Thanks, Karen. Good morning, everybody. So engaging the public, obtaining feedback, and also providing updates to interested parties are a priority for the department. For the second time, all public comments are being made available to the task force members. In addition, the department has heard from the public that has taken advantage of providing input through email, website comments, traditional mail, task force public comment opportunities through virtual means and viewing sites, community open meetings, open house meetings prior to March 2020 and the ones that are scheduled to resume at the end of August. Virtual meetings have been used to support social distancing and the governor's orders, but has proven to expand the outreach of the engagement activities. The 4 virtual meetings gave access to 195 public commenters and almost 3,000 attendees. Throughout the MCORS process, engagement from the public has been a priority for the department, utilizing various means to help facilitate actionable conversations among the task forces in the event the MCORS projects come to fruition. When considering a proposed project of this magnitude, FDOT recommends actionable engagement to ensure all perspectives are captured while the project is considered. This means that in the event the proposed project meets both environmental and financial feasibility, all considerations are made at the outset of planning. A virtual part of MCOR's effort has been to gather public comments and engage with the public in various ways, whether it be filling out comment cards during open houses and community presentations, giving public comment during task force meetings, or emailing the FDOT Listens inbox. As task force members have heard from the public within the task force meetings, those have been recorded and remain available on the MCORS website. The comment numbers provided today exclusively include written comments from comment cards, the FDOT Listens inbox, and written letters from August 2019 through June 30th, 2020. The proposed study areas cover 18 counties, so all 3 corridors, and encompass 3 million residents. And as of June 30th, 2020, the number of written comments received is over 11,000. Of those, 1,900 have been original comments, but the vast majority, over 9,600, have been pre-generated letters. FDOT has provided you a raw data table with a breakdown of the format in which comments were received, as well as areas of interest that were mentioned in those comments that were not pre-generated form letters. We have given you all written public comments since August 2019 through June 30th, 2020. But we've also separated and gave you the pre-generated form letters as a separate grouping so you can also review and use those as appropriate. There are currently 11 variations available for your review. Because no build is always an option, the department has only tracked topics mentioned at a very high level, not the sentiment of the comment. The topics identified have allowed the department to ensure those topics are discussed and considered throughout this process at task force meetings. The first grouping we categorize written comments as around the topic of traffic. Traffic is further subdefined as 5 categories above: project alignment or route locations, tolls, expand, maintain existing roads, multimodal, mass transit and alternate transportation, and hurricane evacuation. Here's a snapshot of data where comments received mention traffic as in areas of interest. 39% of traffic comments talked about expanding, maintaining existing roads. 25% talked about tolling. 13 had comments about hurricane evacuation. 12% multimodal, mass transit, alternate transportation, and 11% had comments regarding projected alignment and route locations. Those total counts are in the lower right of the slide. The second grouping we categorize written comments is around the topic of the environment. The environment is further subdivided into 7 categories above: wildlife habitat impacts, wetlands, water resources and aquifer, pollution, water, air, ground, native plants, conservation, and impacts to property, rural quality of life. So here's a snapshot where comments received mentioned environment as an area of interest. 33% of the environmental comments talked about wildlife and habitat impacts. 27% talked about impacts to property, rural quality of life. 14% had comments about water resources, aquifer, and 13% regarding conservation. Total numbers for this areas of interest is in the lower right of this slide as well. The third grouping we categorize written comments is around the topic that we covered as general. The general area of interest is further subdefined as the 6 categories above: cost, tourism, jobs, economic and business impacts, eminent domain, water, sewer, utilities, and broadband. And here's a third snapshot where comments received mention those 6 topics. 40% of the comments categorized as general talked about cost, 32% talked about jobs, economic business impacts, and 13% talked about broadband. And those total numbers are on the lower right of this slide as well. So FDOT recommends feedback that guides action. So in the event these proposed corridors meet both environmental and financial feasibility, you as a task force have actionable input from the public you may consider. The graph above shows a comparison across all 18 areas of interest. It is a comparison of total volumes per topic. You can see wildlife habitat impacts and impacts to property, rural quality of life have the most appearances in the written comments received. The next most received correlate to expand, maintain existing roads, water resources, aquifer, and conservation. And the third is tolling, cost, and jobs, economic and business impacts. To maximize the use of written public comments, task force members are encouraged to review the categorized data presented here today and the comments provided from the community open houses, in-person task force meetings, and the FDOT listens emails and letters. Also included is any official correspondence received from municipalities. All the data presented here will be posted on the website, and all the documents have been emailed to all the task force members. The department continues to take feedback from the public via email at fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us, website comments, and traditional mail. Additionally, when the department can hold in-person task force meetings and community open houses, we will resume receiving public comment cards at those events or where we can provide viewing sites during the hybrid approach. I know we presented a lot of data, but we'll open it up for any questions at this point.
So this is Karen. I'll ask the task force members if any of you have clarifying questions for Will on the presentation. Please use your raise hand function, and we'll call on the people, call on task force members that way. Shannon Estenos.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Will, for your presentation. I had a couple of questions and then a suggestion, a process suggestion. As Karen knows, I was disappointed at the last webinar. I think it wasn't, I guess it wasn't a meeting, but it was a webinar. After public comment, the meeting kind of ended abruptly, and I felt a little bit, I felt bad because the task force didn't have an opportunity to thank the public or to respond to any of the comments. So I had expressed that. I think I'm looking at the agenda and I'm seeing that public comment is at the end again. My suggestion for future meetings would be that we offer 2 slots for public comment. We offer either a slot for public comment in the beginning of the meeting, or perhaps right before we break for lunch. This is very common practice for collegial bodies, county commissions, water management district governing board meetings, other task forces that I've certainly been a part of. And what it does is it allows the public a little bit more flexibility, big commitment for folks. Most of us are doing this as part of our jobs, and but the public is doing it as volunteers for a lot of them. So I would make that request that we, particularly in this time of COVID, where it's just really hard for all of us to feel included, and you know, since we can't see each other. So that's a formal request that I'm making, that we add an additional opportunity for public comment at the actual meetings. And then, Will, I had a couple of follow-up questions from your presentation. First of all, I have very much appreciated getting the public comments. I am wading through them. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate some of the synthesis that you guys have done. Can you explain what you mean by maybe we could put the slide back up, because I can't remember the term, the bar graph that you provided. Can we go back to that? Actionable input. What do you mean by actionable input? Could you just go back over that for me?
Right. So we just want to make sure we capture any of the topics that we can take action on. And so these were the ones that we categorized based on the comments we received. So those are those 18 comments that are 18 categories. They are just the accumulation of the 3 previous groupings.
I understand. And is staff trying to, I know you've divided it by topic, and I know you have a lot of comments, but are you trying to qualify them a little bit? I mean, so folks who are talking about, for example, wildlife and habitat, is there an attempt to try to synthesize what they're saying about wildlife and habitat and how well we are doing as a task force in responding to those concerns?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the commenters are responding to the task force work. It's probably more response to the program and their personal concerns of that topic. Okay.
And then the other question I had was related to this form letter, these form letter numbers. Does the department treat form letters differently than it treats individual letters? If it does, I think it's important to make that clear to the public so that the public understands which form of public comment the department is actually going to consider. So could you talk a little bit about how the department deals with form letters?
So what we did with the form letters is we separate them. We did not discount them, but they are a majority of the respondents to date. So the 9,600, I believe, is the number I quoted, of the 11,600 and some change received. So the majority of the correspondence into FDOT listens and overall written comments has been form letters. So instead of the task force members having to read all 9,600, we group them into 11 form letters that have been received. So at a glance, it's easier for the task force members to understand those 9,600 without having to review all 9,600. You can get a real quick sense of what those 9,600 represent with those 11 form letters.
Understood. So there's no discounting then of what's in those form letters. It's just in, so we don't have to flip through all of them to see individual names. Is that what you're saying?
Right. So you can see it easier because the other 2,900, I believe the number was, were custom. We were able to categorize those in the areas of interest, so you can get an idea of what's being said there. And then with the form letters, the 11 you can review easier with the 11 versus the 9,600. But you can real quickly get the sentiment or a sense of the sentiment by reading those 11.
Last question, Karen, I promise you, on this topic. But just back to the form letter, because it's so important that the public understands how to effectively communicate, right? Because it's not a numbers game, it's really a substance game. But in that form, if you had 500 people write you a form letter that says, please protect panthers, that's 500 people that care about panthers, right? And so, but they're not in your tally among the 500 people, among the folks that weighed in on wildlife. Is that correct?
Well, they're not, even though they're not tallied into the custom areas of interest from the custom writings, they are available for task force members review. So if you got a kind of an impact statement, you had, you know, the custom letter had a number, The form letters had a number, obviously a lot larger, so you can see with those 11 form letters what the areas of interest were very quickly. And since no build's a prominent theme in some of those, we just consider that always an option. So we welcome the task force members to read through those 11 and get an understanding. Not only did we separate them out, we gave them to you in a nice bundle, so it's easy to read and easy to gather those important topics that those bring up.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. We have one other hand raised, Andrew Dickman.
Thanks, Karen. I appreciate it. And Will, thank you for doing all the hard work and synthesizing all the public comment. My concern, I mean, a lot of it was covered by Shannon, but my concern is that we're spending a lot of time trying to interpret what the public has put into the public record, when I think that what I would like to see, first of all, I don't think these virtual meetings are sufficient. I just have to raise an objection to that with all due respect. I think under the situation that we're in with the pandemic, that this process should be paused, and you all should be allowed to focus on the work that you normally do, since I know it's difficult, you're working virtually. So I just want to log that. But we've spent quite a lot of time, and it's almost 10:05 of showing categories of your interpretation of what the public comment was, when I think that that should just be the public comment and be in the record. And then I've been part of to the public comment period. I think another avenue would be, and I've been on other types of webinars where I can actually see the public commenting during the whole process. And I think I've seen it on maybe YouTube or some other processes. I've done a lot of local government meetings like this, but I like to see, as the meetings go forward, like what people are saying. I've actually at every single meeting listened and taken notes of every single public comment, so I know what the public comment has been, and I've already done that. So I don't know that we should waste a lot of time, or your time, talking about the categories of what the public comment was. I think that is what it is. And the type of agenda that we have is really compact, and that's just my initial comment on this. I just really frustrated. I know y'all are doing a lot of hard work, but maybe the issue of pausing these virtual meetings until there's adequate time to meet together and pick this up again, or also allow for the public on a different platform to just chat while we're having these meetings, so that I can follow along on what's being said. Because if other people have chosen not to stick around and listen to public comment, or go back and listen to public comment, the rest of us shouldn't be penalized for having you all trying to decipher and filter out what the public comment means, because I'm going to be driven by what the law says. I'm not necessarily, I like the public comment, I want the public comment, but I think there needs to be an emphasis on going back to what the law says and having that as the purpose and goal, and move from there. So I just think this is a difficult process under the circumstances.
Appreciate that perspective, Andrew. And what we've tried to do with the webinars is mirror the face-to-face public meetings as our task force meetings the best we can, and evolve to that. Now, and during those task force meetings, we do schedule those public comments at the end. And we've heard Shannon's request as well to add additional time. But we keep expanding those opportunities for public comments. You've heard this time we've actually have 2 remote sites per corridor, just trying to expand that, and we continue to look for ways to expand that. So we appreciate those comments.
So Will, we had one more hand come up. Elizabeth Fleming.
Yes, thank you. Related to these comments, but in kind of a different direction, I'm feeling frustrated also with the lack of our own ability in these meetings to talk with other members of the task force. And we're not permitted to do that outside of these meetings because of sunshine law. But for example, if Shannon makes a comment, and if I want to ask her for clarification, it's difficult during this type of format. And I realize we're all having to adapt and to try to work with these webinars and so forth. But the ability for the task force to collaborate, communicate, and coordinate among ourselves is eliminated during COVID. So I agree with Andrew about either pausing this until we can conduct this work effectively, or figuring out a way on these webinars to be able to communicate with each other. Just raising our hands and asking questions or getting one or two opportunities for the whole meeting to make any kind of a comment at all, it just is not sufficient for a project with the magnitude that this has for our state.
Thanks, Liz. 2 points there. So, we're still bound by the November 15th to submit the workings of the 3 task forces. Now, to date, I've been on every single webinar, every single virtual meeting, and we have recognized every single person that raised their hand. So we are encouraging the feedback, we're encouraging the engagement. So if you have a comment, everybody will be recognized, and we will make time for everybody to be heard. So thank you.
Okay, so we had a few more hands come up with that. Well, so we continue? We have
Sure.
Janet Bowman and then Shannon. Janet?
Yes, I mean, this is following up on, I think, a question Andrew asked early in the meeting, or really before the meeting started, and I brought it up in one of the other task force meeting, and that is, given how difficult it is to communicate with each other, as Elizabeth said, and given, all of our obligation to meet the sunshine law, it really would be helpful if there was a way that we could send the comments that we send to DOT before the meeting in order to be efficient and effective, that those could be at the meeting or immediately prior to the meeting, or actually online, that we have the opportunity to pull up our language. And so other task force members can see it. I mean, I've certainly, we do a lot of virtual meetings, and I just find that that's really helpful and really gets the content there sooner than if, you have to verbally submit every single sentence. So anyway, thank you.
Before Wei Wei, I know she wants to chime in, so that we're certainly able to receive those comments to the production leads, and we incorporate the comments as we move forward. But we do want to encourage that engagement and that perspective to be aired verbally, so everybody can hear how important those topics are to you, and it helps everybody understand the why of the comments that you're trying to present. So Wei Wei.
Hey, Janet, sorry I wasn't very clear at the Suncoast meeting when you talked about these comments. What we've asked staff to do is before meeting number 7, we will have a worksheet documenting all the comments that we heard from the meeting, and also the comments that we will be receiving. We've received to date. So we'll document all these comments and show you what changes we've made prior to meeting number 7. So that will be a compilation of all the comments that we've received. Just like what Will said, for key conceptual ideas, we would like to have these ideas to be kind of discussed at the task force meeting, but other more detailed items, please take advantage of the emails that you are able to send to the production leads, and we will document and make sure that they're all addressed before the next meeting.
Well, when you say document, you mean documented for everyone, so everyone will be able to see those, or you're?
Yeah, yes, we're gonna put them in the worksheet, like the worksheet we presented before this meeting on needs. We have a column that says member comment, and note how we dealt with all these comments. We're gonna do the same for the guiding principles.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I was asking that ahead of the meeting as well. And I see Jason Lauritsen has joined. Jason has his hand raised. Did you want to you raise this topic?
Yes.
So.
Yes, if you don't mind, Jason Lauritsen from the Florida Wildlife Corridor. I appreciate, Janet, what you're saying. I've also submitted some written information to the FDOT, hoping eventually that the task force would have access to that. I'm still not certain, Wei, if that list you're going to have the worksheet showing those comments will have the comments in full, but I would greatly appreciate being able to read the words of my fellow task force members as they've submitted them. If anyone's taken the time to put down their thoughts and position, explaining where they stand on various issues, not just related to the guiding principles, I would love to have a record of that and have that inform how I approach each meeting and just prepare me better to understand the various positions, especially those that I don't have an area of expertise in. So I second Janet's request.
Yeah, we appreciate the members who spent the time sending us their comments. We'll document them in the worksheet. And, like I said, the key conceptual ideas, we want that to be aired during the task force meetings. And then your submissions, your emails will become part of the record, and we will share that with the task force along with all the other comments that we've received.
Excellent. I just like to say I've been impressed with the responsiveness of the FDOT and how you have incorporated requests and suggestions that I've made. I'm assuming that's consistent throughout the other task force members. The piece that's missing really is being able to share that information with the body who we are hoping to arrive at a consensus with. And if they don't understand the explanation behind the suggestions, then it makes it harder for us to come to that consensus.
So LK?
So, I want to add on to what Will said in response to the comments. We've been striving hard to get this virtual format to generate those conversations. And today's meeting, our goal was to have those interactive conversations between task force members, building upon comments made by one task force member and then somebody else joining in, kind of like continuing that conversation. And I'm so glad, because this past 10 minutes, the conversation that went on, Shannon made a comment, and then Janet made a comment, Elizabeth, Andrew, every one of you kind of built upon each other's comments, and kind of summarized to the point where, a decision was made, right, through Will and Wei. So this is the kind of conversation that we would like to see, and I'm very encouraged by that, because I agree that was one of the challenges, but this conversation right now kind of shows how successful we can be if we strive towards that. Thank you so much.
I'm going to have Shannon and Elizabeth, and then Angela Falconetti. So.
Hi, thanks. Yes, just really quickly, I appreciate Janet and Jason. I fully support the task force members being able to read directly the comments of the other task force members. I know I would appreciate that very, very much. I just wanted to make a quick comment. I'm going to have more to say when we get to the needs and refinement. But with regard to this deadline of this report, and I appreciate that we have a legislatively mandated deadline, I get it. But you know, this report has to be the only thing in America that is still on schedule in this global pandemic. And so I think it is more important to get it right than to try to meet and to try to shoehorn meetings in into a deadline. I think that somebody said it that and the Senate, the Tax Watch report said it, and the Senate staff said it in their analysis of the bill. This is the single biggest infrastructure program in 2 generations in Florida. And it is going to change the face of this state if it moves forward. So it's more important that we get it right and that people feel included and that Floridians feel like they've been heard than to try to meet a deadline under the circumstances that we're all trying to work under. Thank you.
Shannon. Elizabeth, did you have a follow-up? And then something new from Angela? Elizabeth Fleming, we have you're self-muted right now?
Okay.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with what Shannon just said. And my follow-up with seeing each other's comments, you said that they would be grouped and categorized, and then that's some interpretation, and it's somebody kind of translating what the intent is. So I can see that happening in a chart or something. But when you said it will be part of the public record, if the Nature Conservancy submits comments today, when would I be able to see them as part of this task force? I'm asking for clarification of how that works, because I just think it would be much more efficient when we're all trying to agree to wording on guiding principles and the instructions and things like that. We may all be thinking in a very similar line, or we may have differences that would help each other. I just think it'd be a much more efficient process. So I'm asking for specificity about how we can do this, short of me asking the Nature Conservancy to send me their comments, which I'm not permitted to do. So how will this work?
That's a great comment, Elizabeth. So we can certainly try to make communication more efficient, but we do want to try to do as much of our debate and engagement in the public during these forums. There may be some other efficiencies we can gain with those documents. So let's work on a process, but we want to encourage everybody to do as much as we can in this forum, publicly, openly, and then that way everybody can hear how important those topics are to you.
Could they be included in the packet that we get before the meeting?
We can look at options. Let's I think we can figure out something there.
Yeah, so I think it's been clear that people want to read what their fellow task force members have sent directly. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to follow up with Angela Falconetti and then Penny Taylor, and then if we can, we'll move on to the next topic.
Thank you, Karen. This is Angela. I actually want to approach this a little differently and just really thank those of you at the Department of Transportation. I have been very impressed with the amount of communication that's come my way, the amount of follow-up and the organization of the meetings. So I feel very comfortable and good with the progress that we're making. And I know how difficult it is specifically during this pandemic, that it's very difficult to get people together and to try to move these types, especially this kind of a critical initiative, as one of the task force members said, to the state of Florida forward. So I just want to give you a shout out and a thank you for the level of organization that you continue to provide and the communication outside of these meetings to listen to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Penny Taylor.
There we go. So I'm unmuted. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on what Shannon said, and it's something that I've been concerned about. And clearly, this is not on my part a criticism of FDOT or what you are doing, but how do we appeal this arbitrary deadline that has been put upon this group and the other task force regarding the MCORS project? Where do we appeal that to? Because clearly we are in a bit of a challenge in terms of public feeling even confident to come out to speak. And this is something that I think we have to face squarely. And I think we need to make the adjustments. And I think that if we can get, I'll use your words, consensus of this group, I think a letter needs to be sent to whomever to ask that they allow this to move forward, of course, but not with this deadline that we're going to do this, we have to do this because of a date that I'm not even understanding why. So I guess it's a political comment to a political body, which I know that's not what you are in a sense. So I think that if there's willingness among the task force members, I think we need to move in that direction and just ask for a little understanding of what we're in and to allow this to be moved out even a little bit more than it is. I think it's far too much given the unrest and the stress that people are under today. Thank you.
I appreciate the concerns, and I think there's a lot of concerns with this unprecedented time with COVID. But just to keep in mind, we started off with 8 complete meetings to get us to the finish line. We've added 1, we've added 4 virtual. So the department is very willing to put the resources in to put the tools in your tool chest to see how we can move forward in the time frame we've got. So thank you for that.
And if the task force members will allow me to move on to our next agenda item, I know there's a couple of hands raised. We will actually, I'm sure there will be times for you to bring up those points throughout the other topic areas today. We'll move on to high-level needs if that's if you'll indulge me. I promise we'll get to your questions this afternoon with the report process or quarter piece as well. Okay. So with that, can we move forward to high-level needs? So we're going to discuss high-level needs. This came up in virtual meeting number 4. This is the beginning of the process of where you see items in one meeting, and then in the next meeting we and provide a lot of comment on those. And then the next meeting they come back revised, and you have a chance to review and comment again. The objective today, we're hoping, is that the task force will look at these high-level needs and agree, and that from a conceptual level they target what they are at a level of acceptance that they can move forward into the draft reporting concept. So it's not the only time that you will see them. Like I said, they will continue to come back, and certainly in the draft report, so that there can continue to be refinement. But our goal today is to have that back and forth discussion, like Elizabeth had suggested, and then to get these refined. So just as a reminder, you've seen the next slide. You've seen the slide before in terms of what high-level needs mean. The high-level needs are the why of the high-level needs are the why for a corridor or enhancements to any corridor in the study area. The guiding principles deal with the how that go about, and then the instructions deal with the what's next. So in virtual meeting number 4, this area was fairly well received in this kind of format, so we're going to continue to use that. So at each step, the intent is to support your recommendations with data, ensure there's explicit handoffs that you know what comes next in terms of planning, project development, and design. So just as a refresher, the next slide 2 talks about high-level needs, refer to regional opportunities and challenges the corridor are intended to address. They informed by the 6 categories of the purpose and the 13 areas of benefits listed in statute, as well as the task force and public input and comments. They are intended to be short statements of text supported by data and easily communicated with partners and the public. The high-level need language you develop eventually will become the basis for a more formal purpose and need in the project development and environment process, PD&E. So I'm going to go through the, we had 10 high-level needs before. I'm going to show these and identify the changes that have been made based on the virtual meeting number 4, and then we'll bring all 10 of them back up and open it up to discussion. For the first 5 set of needs, we had in virtual meeting number 4, we had population and growth and economic growth in 1 high-level need, and they have now been separated into 2. I neglected to point out that one of your handout materials you received last week was a markup of a high-level needs worksheet. It shows you the exact text change and track changes format, strike through and underline, so you can understand what has changed. The economic needs need was also changed in terms of showing that there's an economic need throughout the entire region and not just the rural and the inland areas. And then on the improve access to interregional connectivity need, the language was tightened to just make it a little bit more general and inclusive. The next 5, starting with the first one, to help rural and underserved areas improve infrastructure and people freight, technology was added instead of information. And the second one, the disaster related components, this language was modified to relate to emergency management language that's used through the Department of Emergency Management. So it's disaster preparedness, and there should be a comma there, response, recovery, and mitigation. So response, just so that you're aware, includes both evacuation as well as sheltering in place. For the third item, the concept of connecting ecosystems, environmental resources was added instead of protecting, enhancing alone. So that was added. The 5th one, to improve safety and mobility, was added, looking primarily back at early discussions with the task force as well as the statute. And then the technology need was not necessarily a why, but more of a how. And so that's been moved to a guiding principle. So that will bring up all 10 guiding principle, high-level needs, excuse me, and then open it up for discussion with the task force, just to see, like I said, to see if we can have initial consensus around the needs as a set. The desires to get your comments and feedback on anything that is unclear, missing, or where there's a major concern. You'll be able to send editorial comments to Marlon Becerra, the production lead, through the end of the month, July 30th or so, and they can be reflected in the next draft. And that's a follow-on to the discussion we were just having about submitting comments in general. And so with that, I'm going to open it up to the task force. What I'm going to try to do is, if someone has a follow-up, if you put your hand up, I will try to use the virtual hand for recent hands as an indication of follow-up going forward. And I may ask my colleague Beth Keeble if we have any questions about guiding principles to join us as we go on. So I see Gary Ritter and then Brian Starford have raised their hands. So Gary, can you go first?
You know, as I reviewed the agricultural component of this, and I appreciate all of those that have recognized agriculture for, you know, their conservation, their stewardship, you know, the importance of creating habitat and the importance of agricultural green space. However, my concern concern, and I probably, maybe should have voiced this a little bit earlier, is that I think we may be pigeonholing agriculture a little bit because, it's just their importance here in this process is just not for environmental protection and natural resources. I have lived in an agricultural community for over 42 years, and I can tell you that agriculture actually plays a very extremely important role in the economy of our rural communities. And this kind of goes back to the purpose, because they can help revitalize rural communities, and we certainly encourage job creation. So from the standpoint of the high level needs, and I think we have protect, connect, enhance environmentally sensitive areas, natural resources, and ecosystems. That's all from an environmental standpoint, but I think, we also have to look at improving transportation technology, connectivity for agriculture, and other resource-based businesses. I think that's extremely important, and we play a huge role in that. And as you go along in the guiding principles, again, we are kind of, of course, we want to minimize fragmentation, but it also looks like we're kind of being pigeonholed strictly from an environmental standpoint and all that, although that's extremely important, and we do that all the time. But we have improved transportation and connectivity needs between working farms and other resource-based businesses and supply chain markets. So that's extremely important. It's important that we improve broadband connectivity for agriculture, especially as as transportation routes are improved, and transportation corridors are improved, in a manner that promotes the regional product, productive agricultural lands and maintains the ability to access and manage agricultural lands and adjust crops and things like that, because agriculture is extremely dynamic. So, I think we need to do a little bit more work on how we define, and maybe we put that as a standalone, how we define agriculture in this particular corridor, because it's large, it's important, and it's important to the economic viability of the rural communities.
Thanks, Gary. There was a few people that raised their hand kind of reacting to this, and so I'm going to take it that they may want to contribute, and you let me know if that's not the case. Katie Worthington Decker, did you want to follow up on Gary's thoughts?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I just wanted to say I agree with Gary on that. That was something that stood out to me when reading through those, is that it was really environmentally focused on the agricultural side, but not the ag business side of the discussion. So I think that high level need wording needs to be changed, or like Gary said, pulled out separately to address much of what he said: transportation and technology, agribusiness, connectivity, even the discussion of fragmentation, which I certainly understand for a lot of the agricultural business, but connectivity is also important to a lot of people. So fragmentation may not always be a negative thing if connectivity is also a goal to be met in that standpoint. So that was kind of the glaring thing in terms of the high level need, and maybe some additional when we get down into guiding principles. But I agree. I think that was something glaringly missing from the agricultural discussion on the high level needs.
All right, so I'm going to ask the task force members as I call on you to see if you have suggested wording changes that might address this, or even Katie or Gary, if you have changes. LK, would you like to weigh in?
Gary, let me bring my. All right, Gary, Katie, I think you made very good points about agriculture. There's different dimensions for agriculture. One, to protect, right? Which we've always talked about, but also there were comments similar to yours in previous task force meetings about providing the right resources and the connectivity that's needed for success of the agriculture industry. And I see the high level needs, and where we got like 3 of them, I think, would serve as the those points that you're looking for support of the agriculture community. First thing is, from like you pointed out, from the protection side of it, you got the high level need, which says to protect, connect, and enhance environmentally sensitive areas, natural resources, and ecosystems. We could actually add agriculture in there. And then the other two that I was thinking, which are more about providing the resources and the connectivity, you got the improved access and interregional connectivity for residents, freight, and visitors between communities and markets. So that's pretty much talking about what you were saying, Katie. And then the next one is help rural and underserved areas improve infrastructure for people, freight, and technology. Particularly the freight and technology aspect is very much in line with what you were talking about, Gary. So maybe you can suggest a little bit of changes to those 3 to reflect the points that you made.
Secretary Nandam and Katie and Gary, maybe instead of trying to work on the wording right now, maybe what we could do is we got your ideas to have maybe agriculture need, cover it more comprehensively from different aspects. Let staff work on it and come back with you with an option for your next meeting. We get what you're talking about, and we'll address it. And then we'll pull these elements out from the different high-level needs as of written right now, and maybe have a standalone ag need statement.
Since it started with Gary, I was going to, and he's put his hand back up again. Gary, would you like to contribute? And then I'm going to go to 2 other people that tend to talk about agriculture. Gary?
Yeah, just real quick, and I can send you some of these comments in writing if that would make it easier for you.
Please do. You can send that to Marlon. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
And so I see Colin Lambert and is also had asked to speak. Colin, did you want to weigh in on the agriculture?
Yes. I wanted to, without being redundant, echo what Gary had said, and also from the fragmentation standpoint. I know this is coming at us at a high level need, but from actually talking and interacting with some folks, I think that some of the fragmentation may be left to the micro part of this puzzle. So when it's actually implemented, some of the landowners, farmers that may be impacted may not have an issue with the fragmentation issue. So I think if we could leave that piece to interpretation by the impacted person, I think that at a real micro level that might help with the implementation of the whole thing.
Karen, we can't hear you.
My apologies.
Great comments from you, from all the comments that we heard. I think the commitment from us is that we heard what you said. Just from a process perspective, we'll revise the high-level needs, and we'll carry the thought throughout for the guiding principles and instructions as well. So we'll revise everything in the same vein of what you've told us.
Yeah, thank you, Wei Wei. So I was going to shift gears. I know Andrew Dickman and Chris Constance have had their hand raised, so I'm going to start with them next. Andrew?
Yeah, thanks, Karen. I've had my hand raised before you even moved into this process, so you decided not to allow me to respond to Penny Taylor's comment. So this is kind of representing the difficulty of this. You just kind of unilaterally decided I wasn't going to be able to talk anymore. But to answer the question about what we can do, if you look at the governor's website, he has literally issued hundreds of executive orders changing how certain things are happening. He has the authority to slow this down, even pause it. We're barreling towards the October deadline, and in no way is this a proper way to handle this. Now, why not just supply everybody during these meetings with staff's emails, and even maybe all of the task force emails, so that while we're waiting around for you all to recognize us or not recognize us, we could at least have conversations at a minimum. So I just want to say that. But then we've also, I don't know if you received the 1,000 Friends of Florida letter to you all outlining the high-level goals, principles, and instructions for the PDE. But of course, nobody has that in front of them, so they can't see it. And then the prior gentleman said he submitted something, and I'd like to see it. So this is super frustrating. There's no way I could go through everything that I've got written down. So, but I would appreciate you recognize me when I want to have a conversation with another task force member. That's the point of trying to get consensus.
Thank you for that feedback. I will do that from now on. So Chris Constance, you were another one in that same situation. You're self-muted, Chris.
Yes, Karen, I'm sorry, technology. So a few things. I too was waiting, but I think I've had some time to sort of look at how this is rolling out. I understand everybody's points. I'll start with these are difficult times. There is no perfect approach to this. And I am appreciating the fact that we've had multiple webinars. And as the chairman has stated, this is now a meeting. So I guess my first advice to you, Karen, is buckle up, because it's going to be a long day. We will be raising our hands using this technological platform the same way we'd be raising our name cards and putting them upright. And I'm sure everybody remembers that during those meetings, there were times when, as the facilitator, you needed to cut us off and move on. Otherwise, the meetings would go on forever. So I really would ask deference of all the members to understand that this is a difficult process. It's not perfect. No, I'm not probably really happy with how this is all turning out, because it could be better, but it is what we've been handed in these times. So I'm somebody who, likes to make lemonade out of lemons, and I think this is a process we can get through. I appreciate the comments. I also think that we have opportunity for the FDOT to make a specific portal that's open to the public, and that each task force member would have a page where they can publish whatever thoughts and comments or manifestos that they want to put for the rest of us to read and for the public to read. And I don't believe that breaks sunshine, because we're not communicating, we're posting. And this way I can see what the 1,000 Friends has to say. I can see what Collier County has to say. I can see what Hendry County has to say, and there's no back and forth. You're just reading the comments and the perspectives of those individuals. To move on to your high points, since I'm trying to get it all in one comment, your high level needs. I guess I'm understanding that something like hurricane evacuation would be under the strengthened disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. it's difficult because these are very broad general concepts. They almost get lost on me because they're not so specific that I have to they're catch basins. So, I mean, I get that this orients us to categories, and I appreciate the discussion about rural. And I'm also trying to figure out, because as I'm reading through these, I'm thinking, where is upland watershed stuff? Is that under natural resources? Because I think one of the things we need to be thinking about is how well the natural lands filter the waters that eventually get consumed by the public, the general public, and by wildlife. And I guess that's under the natural resources. But, you know, is there some place where we will take these high level needs and expand them, explode them further to put specific bullet points under each one? Otherwise, for me, this kind of it's too general. You know, I want to see where they then relate to lower level or more specified needs. Thank you.
Yeah, Chris, just to let you know, the next section when we start talking guiding principles and the other handout you saw, it kind of does that, connect the dots. It takes the high level needs to guiding principles to instructions. So that might be, you'll start to see some of that information.
Okay, and I just would like to find out from FDOT staff if that portal concept is allowed, because it has merit, it makes sense, and I think it allows us offline and the public, right? We're all going to be looking at the same thing, and FDOT staff, to be able to read through all of those comments and get up to speed. So we already know people's perspectives when we come to the table. Thank you.
Yeah, please let us explore some options to effectively let the task force members see these comments, and we'll bring a solution before the next meeting.
All right, so getting back to high level needs, we had a few other task force members that have had their hands raised for a while. Bill McDaniel, and then we'll try to follow up on whatever he talks about, and then Brian Starford. So Bill. There you go.
Hey, there we go. I was hitting the button and it wasn't going. I want to echo what Gary had to say with regard to the emphasis on the draft high level needs and how important agriculture is to our community, is to our entire state. And I'd like to see that formatted in some form or fashion into these high level needs, integrated in some form or fashion at a higher level than what we have so far, number one. Number two, I'm going to ask my colleagues that are serving on this task force to be mindful that we're not all paid lobbyists, that we are here to do the work that was put before us as appointees on this task force, and that we need to stay on the agenda. And as Chris shared with you, Karen, you need to buckle up. This is not a perfect format. This is obviously not a perfect world. And we certainly all are frustrated in some form or format with regard to what's in fact transpiring. But I want the department to hear loud and clear the large majority of us who are not objecting to your work, who are not objecting to your synthesis of the public comments, who are not objecting to how the timelines are not arbitrary with regard to what we have to do. And I want the department to know that a large majority of us are in consent with how things are going. It's, as Chris said, not a perfect world, but it certainly is going to be able to effectuate what needs to transpire within the timelines that have been set forth.
Thank you, Bill. Brian Starford, and then Bill Ferry has been on the phone. Brian? Brian, it looks like your mic's okay, but you're offline. Okay, we'll come back to you. Bill Ferry is on the phone. Okay, we'll work with Tommy Bull to see if we can get him added. Another person that's been waiting for a while is Janet Taylor. Janet?
Yes, I think I want to save my comments for when you get to the guiding principles.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
We'll have more time then.
Okay.
Paul Gray and Jason Height. Paul first.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Yeah, I would like to quickly echo what Gary said, that I think we should have a standalone bullet for agriculture. And of course, you know, I work for a conservation group, and my primary concerns are to protect our natural systems and biodiversity and stuff. But we're never going to be able to buy enough conservation land to protect wide-ranging species like panthers or bears or caracaras or wading birds that need large landscapes to sustain viable populations. And so agriculture offers these semi-natural lands that really have a lot of value to them. But there's a second consideration why ag should have its own bullet is in order for them to continue to sustain these things, that I hope they can, they have to have a viable landscape for their business. And fragmentation is a threat to agriculture too. If you get too few operations in an area to support the feed store or the tractor supply store or whatever, and you start losing those, and it makes it even harder for the remaining ag operations to stay in business if they don't have the proper service support. So it's really important that we think about protecting a viable agricultural landscape in the future where you have a lot of farms and a lot of that, and it has to be a conscious decision that we make that we're going to try to protect this. So I think it should be a standalone bullet, and I appreciate you guys recognizing that, and I look forward to working on it with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are running over schedule, but I'm going to allow the more discussion. So if you can keep the comments brief on and related to high-level needs, that would be appreciated. Jason Lauritsen, and then Elizabeth Fleming.
Yes,
Jason.
Certainly, really quickly, I wanted to echo Gary Ritter and Paul Gray's comments. If we lose ranching and silviculture because it's not economically viable, then we've lost the major pieces of the puzzle for connecting the wildlife corridor throughout the state. And that would be a huge loss. Also wanted to echo Chris Constance's calls for exploring the solution for a portal. So that's it.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth, you're self-muted.
Okay. For the high-level needs dealing with environmentally sensitive areas, there was a revision made at the last meeting when we talked about this, and I want to request a revision to the revision. Very simple, is that we reinstate the word wildlife. I understand that it could be assumed that wildlife is part of natural resources or environmentally sensitive areas, but I think it's getting so general. And as defenders of wildlife, I feel pretty strongly about putting the word wildlife back in here.
Okay, just really quickly, I'm going to ask if any task force members have any concern with that. Please raise your hand if you have any concern. Otherwise, we'll. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands go up, so we will take that into effect, Elizabeth. Thank you. Andrew Dickman, Shannon Estenos, and then Jason Height. Those are the last three. Andrew?
Yeah, thank you. Andrew Dickman, I'm a board member of Thousand Friends of Florida, volunteer, and a lawyer. So I just want to disclose I'm not a lobbyist. I'm actually losing money by being here. So just to let everybody know. What I do every time I attend these meetings is I pull up the actual legislation so I can connect that, because I believe that a lot of the high level needs are are in the legislation. So one, I'm just going to mention one right now because I don't want to take up everybody's time, but I believe there's a, I don't know where it falls into these categories, but there's definitely a need for financial feasibility for the corridor. And I think that's a very high level situation. And the way that I'm doing this, because I know we're going to move on to guiding principles, and then ultimately there's got to be a PD&E, is I'm kind of grouping them together so that I go from what the law says is a high level principle or high level purpose or goal, and seeing how that plays out into the PD&E area. So for me, the highest important issue here is whether this is really financially feasible for each corridor. I don't know where that falls into. I have other ones, but I don't want to belabor anybody's time.
Well, I'll see if Weiwei or Will wants to jump in and start. Understandably, the concept of financial feasibility comes in with PD&E. So Weiwei?
The financial feasibility analysis, right now we're at such an early stage, we don't have the data to perform that analysis. But Andrew, I see your point of the need to give us directions as to how to evaluate the financial feasibility. So we think maybe it can go into the narrative in the report when we describe these draft high-level needs, or it can be a specific instruction in the to go with one of the guiding principles to make sure that we have enough detailed instructions from the task force as to what needs to be happening after the task force process.
Okay.
Thanks, Andrew. We're gonna Shannon and then Jason. Hi.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so as staff knows, with respect to high-level needs, this is the part of this whole process that I've struggled with the most mightily, and I'm confident that I'm not the only one. Oh, by the way, this is Shannon Estenos with the Everglades Foundation, also not a lobbyist. So I think the reason that I have struggled the most is that the high-level needs are not really framed as needs. So going back to the statutory language of our task, which is we shall evaluate the need for the economic and environmental impacts of hurricane evacuation impacts of and land use impacts of the corridor. You know, what I was expecting was that you could read one of these needs and then followed by the clause, therefore we need a tolled transportation corridor. And so for some of these high-level needs, that's a little bit easier than others. So it's like, for example, improve access and interregional connectivity for residents, freight, and visitors. You know, you might be able to say, therefore, we need a tolled transportation corridor. But it seems odd and almost absurd to say we need to protect, connect, and enhance environmentally sensitive areas, natural resources, wildlife, and ecosystems. Therefore, we need a tolled transportation corridor. So I'm struggling a little bit. I think, you know, for example, that high level need really should be framed almost in a little bit differently, where we say that transportation corridors have disconnected and harmed environmentally sensitive areas, natural resources, wildlife, and ecosystems. MCORS could reverse or restore these areas. Therefore, we need an MCORS corridor. You know, so I'm struggling generally with these. So I have been noodling with some language. I am going to submit it. I'd like to hear Weiwei's reaction or anybody's reaction to kind of what I'm struggling with here. I feel like I might be a little bit similarly minded as Chris Constance in that they are so high level that there is no, and when we say in our slide that we need supported by data, but I've not still seen data that connects enhancing education, healthcare, goods and services to building a tolled transportation corridor. Those connections for me haven't been made in this process. And I know we're 10 months in, and I'm sorry that I'm still struggling with this, but I am. So I'm going to try to put some language together. Let me just say quickly, I too support a separate agricultural high-level need, but it's caveated that if it's worded in the same way as these, I'm going to have that general problem with the way we're couching these. So I support Gary's point that it needs to be broken out, caveated as I've caveated all of them. I also support Chris Constant's suggestion that we do a portal or some such tool to allow us to talk to each other.
Wait.
Shannon, thank you for your comments. We appreciate that. We had to come to understand what the legislation means at the beginning. And I'm Wei Shan. I'm not a lobbyist either. I work for DOT. I think the MCORS program is so much broader than just a tolled highway facility. It affords us the opportunity to talk about some of the innovative solutions that we may have in terms of conservation in providing broadband utility services to our rural residents, advanced multimodal transportation options. So you're on the money that some of these high level needs are not just the traditional traffic need related narrowly to transportation. So it's much broader than what DOT is normally deals with. So we kind of thought about how are we going to coordinate with other lead agencies or the locals on some of the instructions or the guiding principles that don't fall within DOT's purview normally, like broadband. We will work with Department of Economic Development, opportunity to, they take the lead, DOT can support, and then some of the action items or instructions for specific actions that don't fall within DOT's purview, we will coordinate with other lead agencies to make sure like they find the right home and we find the right people to lead the efforts. So it's a broad set of options, and we're not just talking about a toll road. When we get into the guiding principles discussion, there are two overarching guiding principles that we're going to be talking about. One is we want to be consistent with local, state, regional, and local plans. It's a two-way street. When we work with the locals, we collaborate. And the second overarching guiding principle is talking about when we consider transportation improvements, what is the priority order? The first priority is to look at improvements, operational improvements to existing facilities. And then we look at how to improve existing facilities within already disturbed right-of-way. And then the third step is to think about any new transportation improvements that we may need to make. And we talked about the need for traffic, and it's the same for the other transportation modes. So right now we don't have enough demand. For example, right now we don't have enough demand for a rail corridor. But what we need to do is if it's the desire of the task force, we can set up some guiding principles and instructions in our work that in the future we don't preclude such a development for a multimodal improvement. So I just wanted to emphasize the broadness of this program and all the partners that's going to be with us every step of the way to implement your action items. So it's not just limited to a toll road, Shannon.
Okay, and Wei, thank you very much for that response. Just a couple of follow-up thoughts. I have some proposed guiding principle language with respect to financial feasibility and the multimodal, sort of the unique aspect of MCORS. And I'm hoping that we can get some consensus on the task force giving DOT guidance on the multimodal aspects of the financial feasibility analysis. So in other words, if the multimodal coordinating with other agencies and other agencies having to come to the table to co-locate infrastructure, and that, you know, that's part of the vision, then we ought to think about how it's incorporated in the financial feasibility. But that's for this afternoon. Last thought. You know, we have also been directed by the legislature to evaluate the hurricane evacuation impacts and the land use impacts of the proposed corridor. In my view, we have not done either of those things even close. I mean, evaluate, the definition of evaluate is to, you know, assign a significance, usually after careful study and analysis. We haven't even talked about hurricane evacuation. So we have a high level need here that says strengthen disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. We haven't spent a lot of time as a task force talking about what that means. So, you know, for the public, it might mean I need another road out, but we all know that hurricane evacuation is a much more complex, you know, policy domain, if you will, and infrastructure domain than just new roads or enhanced roads. So, and then finally, I swear this is finally on this point, we also have in the statute specific direction to this task force. There's actually language directed at us as opposed to our fellows on other task forces to deal with wildlife crossings and panther conservation specifically. So it seems to me that a high level need, I know we've got a wildlife need, and I certainly don't want to be the person that speaks for, you know, we've got others on this organization that on this task force that are more expert in this area, but I want to flag that we have been told by the legislature to focus specifically on this one species. And I feel like we don't have a high level need relative to that, and we probably need it. Thanks.
Shannon, this is my last response really quickly. With regard to hurricane related issues, we have a presentation. We can talk more about it at meeting number 7. It's just that we don't have enough time today to discuss it in depth. So more to come on that topic. And then we look forward to your comments about multimodalism and things that we need to do specific to financial feasibility analysis during our guiding principle and instruction discussion. That's what we're here for today, to hear your viewpoints and see how the members react to what you're proposing. So staff have enough directions to go on and prepare drafts for next meeting. Thank you so much for the comments.
We had 2 people that kind of put their hands up when Shannon was talking, so I assume they want to follow up on that discussion. So Janet Bowman and Penny Taylor, do you have anything to add that wasn't already provided?
Yes, this is Janet Bowman from the Nature Conservancy. One thing, you know, adding to the list of high level needs, you know, a lot of those things are goals that the legislature identified, and certainly I believe we need to address them. But I think the legislation specifically directs the task force to, in the statement that we shall evaluate the need for, that includes an evaluation of the traditional need too, in terms of traffic, financial feasibility, et cetera. And I know we don't have a lot of that data, that's going to happen at the PD&E stage, but I think there qualitatively that we need to weigh in on that. And then, you know, there are things like the impact of COVID that may have an impact on that. And I think those are things that we need to acknowledge, at least in the narrative, because I do believe the statute directs the task force to weigh in on that. Secondly, in terms of Panther, and I'll have more to say about this when we get to the principles, guiding principles, but it just struck us when we were looking at this document that, you know, panthers are the state animal. The statute specifically directs the task force to look at panther issues, and the word panther is nowhere on any of these materials. So I think we need to beef that up, and you know, I sent some written suggestions to that end, and I'll talk more about that when we get to the guiding principles. Thank you.
LK is going to use this prerogative chair to jump in. Okay.
So Janet, you know, pretty good points, right? I think we've heard in the conversation, just to summarize, you know, need for us to add agriculture, which is a great point, from different dimensions. either update the existing needs or add a high level need. And I think we're going to work on that. And wildlife, you're right that it's specifically, Shannon, you also stated that it's specifically identified in the statute and gave us a charge on figuring out what enhancements and what protection we need to put forth as we are working to working towards planning and preparing the project for this corridor, for this multi-use corridor. Interestingly, we will work on adding or updating the existing needs to reflect that. But as we go on to the guiding principles and the instruction side of it, what this task force has done, from my observation, is that we have language that specifically focuses on wildlife and the enhancements and protections that are needed, and we have language associated with the agriculture too. And I think as far as the financial feasibility and the need for the corridor, I agree with you. And I think Wei already mentioned that we are going to include that in the narrative and possibly add it into the instruction side so that the department has clear direction as it relates to, which we always do, right? As it relates to the financial feasibility and environmental feasibility of the corridor, and keeping in mind the no build option also. So appreciate everybody's comments, and I hope I summarized everybody's comments very well. Okay, thank you.
We actually, have had two people that have been waiting a while. So, I would like to go back to them. Actually, it's one, Brian Starford dropped off. Jason Height has been out there for a while with the Fish and Wildlife Commission. Jason?
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm going to try to earn some brownie points with our chair and facilitator and be painfully brief. In the interest of consistency across task forces that have this language in there, I just want to note, and Wei remembers this, I think, from the Northern Turnpike Connector meeting, the term natural resources in that high-level need is a bit problematic. And I think she's aware of that because that also includes, for the good of the group, extractive things like oil, gas, and minerals. And I don't think that it would, and it's not a showstopper, but I don't think that it would conflict with any of the corresponding guiding principles to rephrase that concept or even remove it. That's it.
Okay. So I'm going to ask the task force. I would imagine there's not that this would be acceptable. Anybody have any problems with that? Any concern and that change? Raise your hand. I am not seeing any hands raised related to that particular. So we'll go ahead and include that. Penny Taylor, you also have your hand raised, and that's our last one for high level needs. Penny, you're self muted. Looks like Penny, are you there?
Yes, I am there. Just so that you understand, certainly with Secretary Nadam, his communication went in and out. It was garbled, and then it started getting okay. Then the same thing with yours and the other speaker about draft high-level needs. I don't know if anyone else is having this problem, but it is a problem for me. And Weiwei's is perfect. Will's was perfect. So something is happening here that is impeding my understanding of this meeting. But and then just let me make a comment. I would really support a portal, so to speak, where for each of the members on your website, where we could put our positions of where we are so far and update it as needed, without any communication with each other. But it would also, I think, be helpful for the public. So I support that concept. And then finally, just one thing that I'm struggling very seriously with. If this toll road is a limited access toll road, And if we're telling the communities that at this point do not have the economic activity and economic diversity that they want and are looking for more, that this road would bring this to them. I think that it is a situation which just doesn't gel. I don't think you can have both. So I just wanted to, I understand the planning isn't there yet. We're not deciding where the interchanges are. But if it's limited access, it's limited access, and communities will be passed by. And without addressing what are we building here, I think if we are leading people down a path that perhaps communities may just be left out of what they want to be a part of this process. Thank you. My comments are over.
So Wei Wei and Will, did you want to weigh in? We actually had one more hand come up. Or were you wanting to close us out?
No, just a few comments, Penny. So certainly the draft high level needs, and Karen, and I think we've tried to explain how this is getting in more and more detail as the discussion goes through the day. You know, the draft high level needs is the first step, so to speak, and then get a little more detailed in the guiding principles and then the instructions. But just keep in mind that, you know, as we progress with this corridor development, phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 may not be the ultimate build out. So we can do a lot of enhancements and improvements, and that's what we really want to get to, is what can we do as those interim steps to as we study the corridor. So welcome those suggestions. We're certainly not trying to exclude anything, so we're open to a lot of enhancement discussions. That's why we're going to focus a good bit of that after our discussions this afternoon. Wei Wei?
Yeah, we are committed to collaborating with the locals once we have the task force recommendations and the implementation of these recommendations. And we should use our statutory capabilities to support the purposes that's outlined in the legislation for this region. For example, how can the corridor help encourage job creation or support rural revitalization? We welcome any comments that you have that would help us in that regard and be as specific as you would like. We can find a home for these thoughts either in the guiding principle instructions.
Thanks, Wei Wei. We do have two more thoughts that came in as people were speaking. Before we do that, I wanted to confirm audio connections from our end. Commissioner Taylor, we've heard people can hear us, but if anybody could put up their hand that's having problems with audio, in addition to Commissioner Taylor. So Elizabeth Fleming has indicated issues with audio as well. And Bill McDaniel. Okay, so we're trying to keep track of these so we can have Tommy check in with you all to get that audio worked out in case it's not something local on your end. Elizabeth, quick last thoughts on high-level needs, and then Mike McCabe.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with audio. I had my hand up before you said that.
Right. Yep, sorry.
Okay. Just for clarification, I should also say I'm also not a lobbyist. I didn't say that earlier. But for clarification, the person who spoke asking that natural resources be taken out of this, and I understand extractive and all that stuff. I just want to make sure the concepts such as water doesn't get eliminated with that. Again, with these being so general, and then when we don't have specific references in there. So now it would read, protect, connect, and enhance environmentally sensitive areas, wildlife, and ecosystems. Is
Well,
that?
let us go back and look at the wording. We might use something else like environmental systems instead of environmental resources instead of natural resources. So we'll take it back and let staff take it back. And so it's not going to be dropped entirely. It will be rephrased.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for the comment. Mike McCabe, then Bill.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mike.
Okay,
Bill will
yes. I want to kind of dovetail off of what Penny Taylor said, and you know, this is my first meeting attending, but I have watched all the 5 prior meetings, and it has come up several times from other individuals. I had the distinct pleasure of riding across the U.S. On a bicycle from San Diego to St. Augustine, Florida. And I bring this up because I got to see what I think Penny Taylor alluded to and several other speakers have, meaning that we rode the back roads, none of the major highways, et cetera. We rode the secondary arteries across the country. And I got to see something firsthand that I think is reality when a project like this takes shape and affects small town America. I got to see firsthand the demise of small town America. I got to see the death of small town America, because as we make major arteries and they become the first line of transportation, they become the first line of movement of goods, et cetera, the small towns are bypassed, like what Penny just said and several other speakers in prior meetings have said. They become forgotten. The economic boom that was thought of that would be delivered with major arteries being established did not and has not taken place. In the small town America, the main streets go into literal decay and towns just become ghost towns. And the concept of what we're seeing in the draft high-level needs about delivering the economic vitality to the back roads, et cetera, is something that I do not think is an immediate delivery, if not a delivery that will be the opposite of what it is. So I think we really need to be looking at this and understand that some of these, what we're looking at as high-level needs, might be the opposite of what we're hoping for. And I just want to say that because I have witnessed it firsthand across the United States. So thank you.
Will?
No, I appreciate those comments, but we can certainly design and plan the right way. Part of the priorities on this corridor and others is to use existing corridors and enhance those. We do have good examples where bypasses has benefited the downtown. So if it's done the right way with the right planning and the right collaboration, it can benefit all. So, but you bring up good points. We got to do it the right way. So thank you.
So Bill McDaniel, you have the last comment this morning.
No, I think I forgot to unraise my hand. I have, as Penny has, been having difficulty with audio, but it could well be on my end as well. So forgive me. I didn't know I had to unhand myself.
No, that's fine. We should have done that for you. Thank you. So we've had a lot of good discussion on the high level needs. I think we have some things to take back. LK summarized them fairly well. Things on agriculture. Some things that belong in guiding principles, some the natural resources adjustment, and then some other things that will come up either in needs or the instructions later this afternoon. So with that, LK, do you want to? Yeah, we're at time for lunch. So, I would, if you grant me 1 second, this is a good opportunity for everybody over lunch to look at those guiding principles and instructions if you haven't already, to dovetail with this morning's discussion, and then talk about them going forward. Close.
right, everyone. Thank you for the great conversation on the high-level needs. I think we've got some great suggestions for additions or amendments, and you know, this conversation is going to definitely help with the conversation we're going to have with the guiding principles. So why don't we break, get lunch, and then we'll circle back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, do you welcome people back?
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. I want to first of all thank you for the engaged conversation that we had this morning. This is one of the best conversations that we had about the high-level needs. You know, you always wonder about the interaction that you have with a virtual meeting like this, particularly a task force meeting. I got to tell you that I was so impressed and pleased to see the level of interaction that we saw, particularly kind of like following up one task force member's comment with another task force, kind of like going behind the comment and adding on to that comment. So that is the type of engagement that we would like to see, and as close as possible or better than what we have with the in-person meetings. So this afternoon, we are going to continue, we are going to start our guiding principles conversation. So what we'll do is Karen and Beth is going to lead the conversation on the guiding principles, and Karen is going to help out with that. But what we're going to do is we're going to go one by one guiding principles based on categories, and we'll cover as many as possible within the time slot that we got, and then we'll continue the conversation in future meetings. So with that, Karen, you want to take over?
Sure. Thank you, LK. I just wanted to remind about registration for the public comment period. You must be registered to be able to make comments this afternoon. So please, any requests need to be made online to provide virtual comments by 2:30 today, or via speaker card for the public viewing locations if you are in person, to be able to be addressed during the public comment period. If you've not registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting and wish to do so, either sign up on the website under today's event or by completing the speaker card. If you, as an attendee, need the link emailed to you, please use the virtual raise hand function, and one of the team members will email you the link to be able to sign up right now. Comments can be submitted at any time as well to the email listed here, which is fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us. Quickly, just before we go into the guiding principles, I wanted to recap the afternoon. As LK said, we will talk about guiding principles, stopping about 2:30, so that we can have an outline on the task force, have a report on the task force report, outline and drafting, and then we'll have a corridor planning discussion, presentation by Will, no discussion, a presentation by Will, excuse me, followed by next steps and then the public comment period. I did want to point out that we hope the audio issues in Collier have been worked out. I know Commissioner Taylor, I believe, has moved to a new location, and that Bill Ferry is now with us, will be able to contribute as well. So with that, we're going to start into the review and refine of guiding principles. As you all know, the task force has been discussing these at nearly every meeting, and staff have pulled together and consolidated the language that's been discussed. Some topics have been grouped into higher level statements, and some of the more detailed topics were moved into instructions. Staff also took the opportunity to review draft language from the other task forces for consistency among the three quarters, as well as for best ideas. So I'm going to turn it over to Beth Keegle, with the owner's representative for District 1 to present the guiding principles, and we'll tag team the discussion.
Thank you, Karen, and good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch today. So now we're going to start diving into those guiding principles. But before we do that, wanted to give you a little bit of a refresher from virtual meeting number 4. The guiding principles are core values that guide decisions about the corridor. They are the how we develop a corridor to address the needs. They generally are short statements supported by technical notes where needed. The guiding principles help identify avoidance and attraction areas and evaluate and narrow potential corridor paths and courses. They also will guide decisions about corridor location, design, mitigation, and other commitments long after the report is submitted. The third step in this process is to develop instructions for project development and beyond. It's not enough to recommend why and how. We also need to specify what's next. The instructions are how we make the connection from the principles back to what FDOT or specific partners do next. This could mean addressing corridor location, such as the input you've already provided to us, provided to use on areas a corridor should avoid or areas that should attract a corridor. It also could mean identifying existing facilities that could be enhanced or might be opportunities for co-location. It could also mean identifying, connectivity gaps that may need to be addressed through a new corridor in some parts of the study area. The instructions also could go beyond those specific location decisions to note implementation strategies that should be carried forward, refined, and implemented during planning, project development, design, and other activities. For example, you might give general instructions about consistency with local land use plans today, recognizing that the details will be worked out over time as we move from a path course to a more specific alignment. Or you might, as the Wekiva Task Force did, make general statements about creating wildlife crossings or bridging wetlands, recognizing that the locations for where that happens will get detailed over time. Ultimately, the instructions communicate the intent of the task force in applying the guiding principles. This is where we could also document some of the issues that may not be fully resolved when the report is adopted, or that you want to flag as needing more attention moving forward. So, for this portion of the meeting, we will be focusing on refining the language in the guiding principle statements. Last Thursday, you received a preview of 15 guiding principles that have been drafted based on your inputs from prior meetings. What you see here are subject matters or topics that have been discussed as priorities to be addressed by these principles. You may have noticed in your review prior to the meeting that some have been added, such as agricultural land uses, freight mobility, and safety and resilience. A few of these are considered cross-cutting principles, as you've heard before from Weiwei, meaning that they are applied to all needs put forward by the task force. These are also organized in a way that provides for logical groupings of 2 or 3 related guiding principles that will help us gauge our progress today and also future at the next meeting. For example, the first 2 are our larger cross-cutting principles, and we will begin with those since they apply to all the needs you've identified. So Karen, I'm going to turn it back over to you to talk about the process for our discussion.
Sure, just so the task force is aware, we are going to be taking some, we're going to be focusing on the guiding principles. You're going to be seeing some sample instructions throughout this. Our focus will be on guiding principles. We will be trying to make any edits or notes on those as we go, and Brandy is with us to be able to do those on screen. We do have note takers on staff taking all the instructions and other comments made today down so that we can bring them back to you next time. We have subject matter experts that are available should we have any questions, and Marlon Becerra is here as production lead to be able to, if we have any questions of him. We are capturing all comments, like I said, and trying to reflect the consensus changes to the language. And Will and Weiwei will also be able to jump in. The desire is to focus on major comments. Members will be able to send minor editorial comments to Marlon by 1 week from up through 1 week from today, which is about July 30th, the end of the month, and then will be reflected in the next draft. And like I said, we have example instructions here today. So the way we're going to do this is task force members should raise their hands just like they would tent cards if they wish to make a comment or a suggestion to the guiding principle that we are discussing at the time. And then I'm going to use that same hand function to see if people have additional comments in that same vein before we move on to another comment like we did this morning. So Beth?
Thanks, Karen. So as I said before, we're going to begin our review with our larger 2 cross-cutting guiding principles. So let's take a look at the first one, which covers consistency with plans and visions, which you said is a priority as the project is developed. And there was a discussion about that earlier in the needs discussion. This guiding principle addresses all 6 purposes called out in the statute and all high-level needs. What you received last Thursday included a spreadsheet that provided more example draft instructions than what you see here. Since today's focus is the language of the guiding principle, however, we've reduced the number of instructions on the screen for ease of viewing. So let's review the language. Be consistent with statewide, regional, and local plans and visions to the maximum extent possible. So these would be plans such as the Florida Transportation Plan, long-range transportation plans, and comprehensive plans. But before we actually dive into discussion, I'd like to bring up some feedback we received from the other 2 corridors from their meetings this week. There have been requests and general agreement to remove language from the guiding principles, such as what you see here, to the maximum extent feasible. And other guiding principles, primarily those that pertain to the natural environment and wildlife, there's similar language such as where practical and to the extent feasible. We can address your preference as we review each of these principles, but we wanted to provide you with an early heads up of what your colleagues within the other corridors have already expressed to FDOT. So with that being said, let's talk about the language here for the draft guiding principle. We'd like to know, does this capture your intent?
Right, and so we're looking for big picture items, and I know Dave Murphy, you've had your hand up for a while. Dave, did you want to weigh in first?
I just wanted to let you know I was muted, so that's why I raised my hand, so I'm good.
Okay, great, thank you. And then we had Shannon Estenos and Penny Taylor then. Shannon?
Hi, yes. First of all, let me say that this is exactly the comment I was going to raise because I did listen in to the task force meeting as a participant yesterday. And so I too was going to recommend that the qualifying language be removed from all of the draft guiding principles. When the time is right, I will also make the case that they should be removed from instructions as well, because you do have enough discretion in the statute. The statute has lots of places where it builds this language in, and so it's unnecessary. It either has to be applied across the board or not at all, and I think it's cleaner on the not at all. And I had a question for Beth. This morning, I thought as I was listening to the secretary, I heard him say the term paths and courses, and then Beth, you just said it. And I thought what I heard the secretary say was that something called paths and courses would be brought to the task force in, I thought he said August, but can you clarify what paths and courses are?
So I think we need to, Will, do you want to jump in and answer that one? I mean, we're going to cover that in his presentation later this afternoon. But
well, then if it can wait, we don't have to use time now. Sure, of course, of course. Okay, and then can I just make, while I've got the mic, just 2 quick process suggestions? At the risk of annoying my fellow task force members, I would recommend in the future that we have shorter lunch breaks. We have, so much work to do that it seems, I know I clear my calendar for these meetings and I'm ready to roll my sleeves up and just dedicate the day. So that's one recommendation. And then the other thing I would ask DOT to consider, when I was on Governor Lawton Child's Commission for Sustainable South Florida in the 1990s, when we got to the drafting part of our work, now granted, our process was something like 5 years long, if I remember, but when we got to the drafting process, the commission was actually broken up into working groups. that worked on specific sections of wordsmithing. And I dare say, especially when we get into the draft instructions where the language is very detailed, that as long as working group meetings are publicly noticed, there is no reason why we could not task our colleagues. If there's an agriculture guiding principle or draft instructions, our friends and experts on agriculture could get together in a publicly noticed setting and work that language out. I know I would find it so much easier, you know, and I certainly would be willing to put the extra time in. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Shannon. We'll make a note of that with respect to the working groups and that suggestion. Thank you for that.
So we have Penny Taylor and then Paul Gray.
Yes, hi, thank you very much. So I kind of missed what we're not going to include at this point. Is it the draft instructions? We're not going to include those in our considerations of all these guiding principle draft today. Is that correct?
If you give us some, if you voice some draft instructions, we'll take them down offline, but we're going to really only look at editing the guiding principles.
Okay, that's very good. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. Yes, thank you.
Well, and understand for everyone on the task force, we will be going through the same process for the draft instructions, and we're going to collect all of your thoughts and include that for that discussion.
So, Paul?
This is kind of a procedural thing. I'm looking at the guiding principles, draft guiding principles from meeting number 4, and it broke the principles into 4 categories: natural, cultural, social, and physical. And there were 22 of them total. But on the slide you had just before this, you had 15 categories. So have you restructured how we're breaking them out or something?
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for that question. Basically, it's the evolution of the discussion from task force members. There are some other more specific categories that have been coming forward, because as you know, it's kind of an evolutionary process as you brainstorm. And that's how this occurred. And now we've got 15 key priority items based on what we have heard from you. But you can certainly comment on that.
Okay, I was just trying to match up what we'd done before with what we're doing now, but I'll have to cross-reference it.
Okay, so we have Janet Bowman.
This is Janet Bowman from the Nature Conservancy. I mean, on that, since this has come up in the other task force meetings, but the guiding principles that were discussed in meeting 4 are more specific. So, I mean, there are areas where, you know, I think it's important to either add to or just ensure that those are all captured, because this draft has them very high level. And I know, you know, for certain things, I know I'm not comfortable unless they're at the level of specificity that they were in meeting 4. That's not across the board, but there's certain ones. So I just wanted to raise that point.
So Janet, if I may, just there was a lot of discussion, and as you mentioned, there were some specificities that you originally saw in the brainstorming of the guiding principles as we were taking that information down. So the goal was to try to condense some of those and higher umbrella guiding principles going forward, and take some of the specificity and put that in instructions. So although the information still included, you may be seeing it in a different column for infrastructures for, instructions for project development and beyond. Wei Wei, would you like to respond?
Janet, you were there at the Suncoast meeting where, with regard to this specific guiding principle, I think one key comment from the members was to strike the qualifying language. We wanted to test that out with the members here to see if we have general agreement. It seems like we do. And then about being more specific with the statewide, regional, and local plans. So list them out, like the regional, the FTP, the Florida Transportation Plan, and the local comp plan. So Janet, if you have specific ideas, please bring them up here so we can kind of put them on the table for members to discuss.
Sure. I mean, I was commenting more on the distillation process, you know.
Okay.
And we all have our different issues, but I think there are in some cases where it's important that the specificity is in a guiding principle and not in a draft instruction. And when I think that's the case, I'll bring it up, but I just wanted to raise that.
Yeah, Janet agreed. We're trying to present you with high-level guiding principles that's easy to read, but if we lost some specificity in the process, you think the specificity don't need to live in the instructions, they need to be in the guiding principles, we'll put them back in. So let's discuss.
Thank you.
So I want to do a quick straw test of the task force, just to make sure that removing the maximum extent possible where feasible, where practical, those kind of language, is anyone uncomfortable with making those kind of changes or have concerns? Raise your hand, please. Okay, so we do have two people that would like to weigh in on that. Bill McDaniel and then Brian Starford. Bill?
Yes, and again, I certainly am looking for expediency with this and not repetitiveness, but I don't see where the following the statewide plans and to the maximum extent possible is detracting from this as a guiding principle. So I'd be more in favor of leaving it in. I think it allows for more accommodation for the diverse population that we have to transact at this particular time. We don't at this level really know where this road's in fact going to go, what communities are in fact going to be impacted by it. And I think allowing for flexibility with the guiding principles to adhere to the local plans and regional plans, of course, would allow those later on, once these guiding principles are traveling, allow those later on to be able to touch those plans and also even make adjustments to plans once this task force wraps up what in fact it's going to do.
Okay, so maybe there's a modification that, it stays here and then we look at it in other guiding principles to see the language of whether it applies, or modify the qualifiers where appropriate. So we can take that back. Brian Starford?
Yeah, let me see if you can hear me this time, Karen.
Yes, you're good. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I was having significant issues there for about an hour or so earlier this morning. I do think that when it comes to things like rule language that we deal with oftentimes, there's things such as to the maximum extent practicable, and those are things that are included in existing rule language and things along those lines. So it's a little difficult to just be absolute. Let me just make a comment though, is if the decision by the task force is to take out those qualifying language, I think it needs to come out of the definitions too. For example, when we were discussing the avoid, minimize, mitigate, and enhance definitions, avoid, minimize, mitigate, and enhance, they have some language in it as well. So it would be the definitions, not just the guiding principles. Could I take one more minute and just kind of bring up a couple points that I was unable to provide this morning?
Sure, since you had technical difficulties.
And I apologize for the rest of the task force and the DOT for doing this. On the one high level need, it talks about protect, connect, enhance environmentally sensitive areas, natural resources, ecosystems. I think we left out of there conservation lands, and I think the intent was to cover that, but I think it would be good to specifically talk about conservation lands in that higher level need. And then I had a few other points I was going to bring up this morning, but I will forego those. But I do have one question that I was unable to, perhaps it was covered this morning. What is I mean, I understand the hierarchy of the higher level needs, then you're getting more specific of the how when it comes to the guiding principles, and then the what's next for the instructions. But are the instructions or future discussion any more important, less important than the guiding principles? And I was just wanting to know that, because as we're getting into in none of the higher level needs, there was no discussion about our monitoring sites, and really it's really not included very much in the guiding principles, and it goes into some of the future discussion based on what I was looking at earlier. And I want to make sure that it is, if there's something in a future discussion or instructions, that is just as important as any other portion, whether it's the higher level need or the guiding principles.
So bad. Okay. Instructions actually are put there to provide instructions for FDOT as they're going through the PD&E process and beyond. So the difference is the instructions, and I see Weiwei's popping in, but the instructions provide more specificity, whereas the guiding principles are overarching and can also be applied to new information that comes forward. But Weiwei, please.
Beth, you said it better than I could. There's no difference in their importance. It's just the more, as we drill down from high level need to guiding principles to instructions, we provide more and more specificity and details.
Okay, wants to weigh in?
Yeah, I was sorry about that. I was trying to get my mask off my ear. Brian, I think if you're specifically talking about the monitoring sites, that would be a good item to include in the instructions portion, because that's where the directions to the department is going to be provided for our project development and planning sites. Okay.
Yes, and also, Brian, you'll see that encapsulated when you look at the worksheet for the high level needs. You'll see that that statement and commitment in there to address that as an instruction. We listen to you. We're very mindful of that priority.
So based on the discussion we had and the back and forth on the maximum extent possible, I'm gonna, in my reading of the task force, is that we'll leave that in here. Is that if anyone is now not comfortable with that? We have Shannon, okay, and Andrew. So the two that just raised their hands, they would like to have the maximum extent possible removed. Let me ask Jason Height, he came in. Jason? Jason, we lost you there. We'll keep moving. Andrew Dickman?
Yes. I mean, to me, I think we need to be very specific. Obviously, the PD&E is a law and you have to follow it. And I think the goal of the task force is to give very specific directions. And I feel like these types of qualifying language is far too broad and gives way more latitude, and essentially doesn't mesh with why we would even have a task force and meetings to discuss this. So I'm for taking out those qualifying terms.
Okay, and I know Weiwei talked about bringing this back based on feedback from the other task forces. Would it be acceptable to the other two if we just bring this back based on what was heard and that she explained earlier? You can put down your hands if you would agree to allow that specificity to some way of coming back in the next round. I'm looking to move this forward. And then we did also want to hear from local governments since this affects them. So people still have their hands raised. I'm going to go to Jason Height. He was in there first, and then Bill McDaniel. Jason?
Yes, this is Jason Height with FWC. I did lower my hand. I don't know what's going on with the lag, but just to reiterate other people's language, I mean, other people's comments, is if, could get granular all day long. If it's in the statutes and if it's in rules and if it's in PD&E, I don't know if we have to reiterate that every time in every principle.
Okay, thank you. So I think we're hearing to make it more granular, Bill McDaniel, and then Shannon, and then we'll move on. Bill?
Yeah, and I just want to share this in my worldly travels and dealing with government. I perceive these guiding principles to be global. They need to be as flexible for all of the people that we're talking to, and absolutely the opposite of what Andrew just got done saying as far as being granular. I think the guiding principles need to be a global premise and allow for flexibility and not the specificity. The specificity we all know is going to come in the next set with the instructions and then ultimately into the PD&E when we get into the actual granular level that is requisite for the individual communities that are coming along. So I'm gonna hold on where I'm at and don't concur with that thought process, only to the extent that it has been mentioned that it is duplicative. And if we're saying the same thing over and it's already covered somewhere else and we're okay, then I'll be fine with it. But I just want to make sure we're providing for as much flexibility for all of the communities and all of the locales that this potential corridor is going to touch.
Wei Wei, did you want to respond?
What I synthesized from the discussion so far is that we want to have the appropriate level of specificity in these guiding principles. So I ask you if you could give staff some flexibility in combing through these guiding principles again, take a look at them in light of these comments and bring you back another draft. And we'll make sure that we retain the flexibility in there for DOT to collaborate with the locals, but also make sure that these guiding principles do say what they intend to say, and where not required, we'll get rid of the qualifying phrases. So please be patient with us and let us bring you back another draft to react to.
Okay, perhaps we can add a note to the draft guiding principle, or do we have more discussion? Okay.
No, I was gonna. We do have two new voices that wanted to weigh in,
Okay,
and then we'll add a note to the guiding principles. So Katie Worthington Decker, and then Penny Taylor, and then we will move on.
Okay.
So Katie.
Yes, and kind of trying to follow along as much as I can. I guess this question is for FDOT staff. Do you agree that it's unneeded because it's in the statute? I mean, from your experience, do you agree that it's unneeded because it's in the statute? Kind of looking for your opinion on this too.
Well, this is your guiding principle. We're supporting your discussions, but based on the discussions from the other two task forces, members agreed to remove these qualifying phrases as much as we can.
Because they're covered in statute, right, Wei Wei?
Right, the statute offers us the flexibility and allows the collaboration to go on.
Okay.
And then Penny, and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you. I hope the rain is pouring on my tin roof here, so I hope it doesn't drown out and become interfering with what I want to say. Just briefly, as a representative of a county, I would appreciate this task force being consistent with statewide, regional, and local plans and visions. I would not appreciate the loophole that says to the maximum extent possible from the task force recommendations, understanding that the statute governs them. So what I'm saying is, from a very personal point of view, to know that this task force is asking this road to be consistent with the plans of my county without any loopholes written in, gives me a lot of peace. So I would prefer the qualifiers to be removed. Thank you.
Commissioner, this is Wei Wei. The qualifying language was not put in there intended as a loophole. It was intended for us to have the flexibility, because sometimes, like your comp plans, they may change in time, so we can work together. But I think if it's the sentiment of the task force to remove these qualifying languages, being more direct with these guiding principles, that's not an issue.
Fine. And again, if not to belabor it, and I respect that, and what this wasn't a criticism, I'm becoming very parochial looking at it, saying, this task force tells me that they're going to do this to the maximum extent possible. Well, they don't know my plan. This is my county's plan. They need to abide by it. Who are they? You know, that kind of dialogue, when you remove those qualifiers, it calms things out, and then you're covered by the statutes to the maximum extent possible. So thank you.
So Penny, that's great. Exactly what we were hoping to hear from the local and regional agencies that this relates to and would report to. So with that, we can move on to the next guiding principle. But what we'll do is, Brandy, for a note, just put in underneath it that we need to revisit. We look to take that out and revisit how to make flexible as well as not look like it's a loophole. So
Yes.
Beth, help me with the language.
Sure. Revisit the
revisit the qualifying language.
the qualifying language relative to, it's just a note, so
I think it's fine as is.
Okay,
Yeah.
we know the intent and the discussion. Okay, so are we ready to move on?
Right.
Next guiding
Move on.
principle.
And just keep in mind, we will see these again next time.
Great. So the subject of maximizing the use of existing facilities has come up frequently in your discussions and past meetings. This is the second large cross-cutting principle that is considered when addressing all of your high-level needs that you put forward. This slide is just a reminder of examples that you've seen before. We've heard many comments related to the use of existing regional roadway networks, as well as co-location opportunities within and adjacent to existing right-of-way. So let's go ahead and move forward and look at the guiding principle language. So this is actually the first of a few guiding principles that have a proposed priority order. The ordering is based on clarification questions asked by some of you in prior meetings. So I'll review the language just in case you need a moment to digest it. Evaluate potential statewide and interregional corridor improvements in this priority order. 1, make safety and operational improvements to existing transportation facilities. 2, add capacity to existing transportation facilities, including co-location of facilities within existing disturbed right-of-way and other approaches to transforming existing facilities and right-of-way to accommodate additional modes, uses, and functions. 3, where necessary to address statewide and interregional mobility or connectivity needs, develop new transportation facilities. So let's now hear from you on whether this language resonates with you.
Yeah, and Beth, I was thinking this might be one where some of our MPO partners might be more interested in weighing in because of their transportation planning expertise. Sure. But we do have 2 people that have their hands up, Katie Worthington Decker and then Shannon Estenos. So Katie.
Yes, so 2 points and then 1 question. One, just kind of the last point. I sit on several projects with FDOT right now, and you take in the local community's considerations very seriously, and we certainly appreciate that and the collaborative relationship with that. The other is just a red pen typo on the 4th bullet point down in the instructions for project development. Instead of assess, it's another word there that you just might want to correct there on public.
Yes, I just noticed that myself. at lunchtime.
Oh, there you go. So that's just the little English teacher in me coming out on that one. But
typo. Thank you for recognizing that.
You're welcome. But one serious question. So on number 2, the add capacity to existing transportation facilities, including co-location. My question on that is, this may be included in the spirit of it, but I'm wondering if it needs to be more explicit on where does the expansion of existing right-of-way fit into that. And just wanting to make sure that we can expand if needed to address capacity and safety issues in that statement, and if that a statement allows for that, or if it does need to be more explicit.
So the language refers to adding capacity.
So the section talks about, yeah.
Included in that, as long as it's existing disturbed right of way. I'm also looking at LK to see if he's going to nod his head or not. That's a yes.
I'm sorry, Beth, that's a yes, that it is included in that definition there?
Yes, because it's part of adding capacity to an existing right of way.
Okay.
It could be that, put it to you that way.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted that clarification.
Then keep in mind too, more specificity could be in the draft instructions when you get to those.
Okay.
Anyone else?
We have Shannon and then Pat Steed. Shannon?
Yes, thanks. A question and then a comment or a suggestion. Beth, I might be having a senior moment, and if I am, I apologize, but did you answer my question about paths and courses? The secretary said this morning that in August we would be brought back paths and courses. What are paths and courses?
Can I do that?
Sure.
Hey, Shannon, I think the way we responded to your question is Will was going to cover that aspect.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Senior moment. Told you. I told you I was having a senior moment. Okay. All right, thanks. And then here's my actual relevant comment, which is, so the way I'm looking at the maximized use of existing facilities, and I've brought this up over the last several meetings, in terms of, I think our comment for the foundation has been prioritize existing corridors. So what we had hoped to see was something more like, you know, your first priority is to try to meet all needs and benefits within existing corridors. Sort of priority number 1. And then if that is not, if and only if that can't be done through co-location or expansion or the toolbox that you have under MCORS, if that can't be done, then you evaluate new corridors. But your first priority is to look at existing corridors for meeting benefits and needs.
Go ahead, Wei Wei.
Hey, Shannon, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Maybe the language is not clear. We can revise to make sure it's explicit. We want to evaluate potential improvements in this priority order. So first is make safety and operational improvements. And the second is add capacity or improve existing. And then the third step is to, you know, after these first 2 steps have been considered, then we, where it's necessary, we'll address statewide and interregional mobility and other needs through the development of new transportation facilities. So that's exactly what we're trying to convey. But if the language is not clear, we need to modify.
Yeah, so I think you've got the structure. I think it's a structure issue. I think that if that's the case, I think the first, it would have to be a little bit restructured. So what I think you would say is meet for that top bullet where you say evaluate potential statewide and interregional corridor improvements. You could leave it there and say in this priority order, and then the first should be a general statement that says, you know, meeting all needs and benefits within existing corridors. And then, you know, by making safety and operational improvements, by adding capacity, and so on. And then the second would be, if that's not, you know, if that doesn't work, then you evaluate new corridors. You get my meaning? I think right now what you've got is you've got sort of prescriptive 1 and 2, where really what you're trying to say is you look at existing corridors first, and here are the things you can do. You can improve operation, you can improve safety, you can expand them, you can co-locate facilities, but it's all within existing corridors.
Yeah, I think I get what you're trying to say. Instead of listing these bullets, you want the description of the priority order. We look at existing facilities first. And then I think from the other groups discussed to drop where necessary and reword the third bullet to make it more clear. It's, we'll consider improving existing first. So that's something.
Yes, exactly. I think the language, I think this can just be reordered, but if what you're trying to do is prioritize, look at existing corridors first, I do think this needs some work. And sounds like you got some feedback from the other 2 task forces on this point as well.
Yep. So Karen and Beth, if you we got what Shannon was suggesting. So if you guys can engage the other members and see if we have any other feedback, what else about this one?
Okay, we do have some more. So Pat Steed was up next, and then Gary Ritter and Bill McDaniel. So Pat?
Hi, my perspective is going to be a little bit different. And I want to put on not so much my Central Florida Regional Planning Council hat as my Heartland Regional Transportation Planning Organization, in other words, the MPO view of this. One of the concerns I have about it is that number 2 is too specific and in fact may run into conflicts as we go forward, because every existing corridor, assuming this is some significant corridor, that's included in our MPO plans, and every county in our study area is in an MPO, so this affects everybody. We now have to look at measures and targets because that's a federal requirement. The state has to look at those. We have to look at those. They have to be in plans. We have to have consistency. We have to, there's a whole other set of things that enter into how we have to do transportation planning, programming, funding, et cetera, that really, and as we look at existing corridors, we have to have our own criteria as we go through setting priorities and other things. So I think that I understand the direction of what Shannon just said and what Weiwei said, that addressing this from overall the priority of looking at them. But I think number 2 is too specific for a guiding principle and could be in conflict with certain decision making that has to be made by MPOs.
Hey, Pat.
Oh, go ahead, Weiwei.
Sorry, Pat, thank you for your comment. I think based on what you and Shannon provided, I think we need to reword 1 and 2 and maybe combine those, be a little bit more higher level in this case, and then remove the where necessary in the 3rd bullet.
Pat, does that satisfy your concern?
Yes, I think a relook at this would be appropriate. And I think that y'all can incorporate these other things within that and just making some of that more detail go to instructions, which is a lot better place, I think, to put that.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Bill McDaniel.
Yes, I concur with what Pat had to say. That's kind of sort of what I was going to say. It gets a little convoluted if you jump from the heading, which is maximizing use of existing facilities. That's the goal. I think that's a consensus item that the task force has seen. If we're going to build the road, and I think our colleague Paul said that early on, if we're going to build a road, we need to utilize to the maximum extent possible existing facilities and right-of-ways and such. So I think that's in the consensus number. And then I was going to suggest we do get into the weeds a little bit there on 2 and 3. I think number 1 needs to stay where it is because it is the department, both the state and federal departments, Northern Star, if you will, that safety is out there and is in fact paramount. And just so Shannon doesn't have her feelings hurt, I do also agree with her that we need to tighten up on the lunch breaks, and 30 minutes on these virtual meetings is more than enough. Just 'cause I'm not always disagreeing with her.
Okay. Well, and just to follow up to what you said, the 1 and 2 breakout, I think what you were suggesting is it's really a priority within a priority. So within the use of existing facilities, this layout makes safety and operational improvements a priority within that, and then capacity the next priority.
So Shannon, I see you raised your hand. Are you wanting to weigh in on this, or you have a different question?
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that I agree with both Pat and Bill on this. I think there is too much detail there. I was making a bigger point, you know, about the structure of the guiding principle. So I'm perfectly comfortable with staff trying to meld the feedback you're getting here.
Okay.
It doesn't mean we disagree. And thank you, Bill, for the lunch support. I appreciate that.
Then Gary Ritter, you've been waiting. Do you have some comments on that?
Yeah, I really don't have any specific comments on the you know, what we have down there, but just an observation. But before I make that observation, I will concur with Bill and Shannon that 30 minutes is enough for lunch. At any rate, now one of the things observation-wise that I see the importance in you know, utilizing existing facilities and improving existing facilities, and we've talked about, you know, agricultural lands and concerned about fragmenting agricultural lands, and utilizing existing transportation corridors can minimize the fragmentation of agricultural land. So you know, I think this one, you know, is extremely important. And I don't know if it was Bill that had said that he had gone across country on the bicycle, and initially before we went to the break, somebody was talking about that and how, you know, the existing corridors would, you know, kind of hurts rural communities. But I can tell you, when you make those enhancements to existing facilities, they have actually shown to improve economic viability in communities. And you know, one example is Okeechobee with the widening of State Road 70 from Fort Pierce over to Okeechobee. That certainly has improved commerce in that situation. And in Little Yeehaw Junction, when you've improved Highway 60, there's another example of how that area has grown a bit, and it even has a stoplight now rather than a flashing red and yellow light. So that's progress, but just a couple of observations of the importance of this on rural communities and in our agricultural farmlands as well.
So Gary, on that comment, a couple things. This particular guiding principle is overarching and tending to cut across all needs. Some of the language you're talking about could also be included in instructions, and what you're going to see when we get a little bit farther ahead in the economic development guiding principle and the agricultural land use guiding principle, there may be some opportunities there to for instruction.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
So as we close this one out, Brandy, I think we need to say revisit the language regarding combining 1 and 2, or maybe just say revisit the language regarding specificity and prioritization. And that'll be sufficient. You can go back, you can pull up the video. LK, you want to weigh in before we do that?
Yeah, Karen, I thought the overwhelming feedback that I heard was this guiding principle was too specific and it need to be at a higher level. Kind of, what the intent of the guiding principle was, right? So let's make sure that, language is reflected.
Right. I meant to
Yes.
make that less specific than more specific.
Yes. Can I try one more time?
Yes, go ahead.
Let's try this on the note, combining 1 and 2 and the language used for 2 to make that less specific than what it is. And also the removal of the qualifying language in number 3. How did we do, task force members?
Anybody disagree with just the documentation? No, we're good to go.
Okay.
Of course, they didn't give you much time, but no.
Well, thank you all for the great discussion. So next we have a grouping of 3 topic areas: social and community context, economic development, and agricultural land uses. So we're going to talk about those next 3 in succession. Because of the discussion relative to agriculture and agricultural lands related to economic development, it seems good to have that as part of that discussion. It also makes for a nice segue, because after we get through this group of 3, we're going to go into our environmental resources and wildlife grouping. So it's a good segue and a bridge into that. So let's start with this one, social and community context. As we heard again today, earlier this morning with the needs discussion, and we also heard it as we entered into the guiding principle discussion, the desire to maintain the identity of communities within the region has been a recurring theme here and in past meetings. So examples here could be anything from maintaining rural main streets to landscape designs for the corridor to trailheads used for recreational purposes. In the GIS tool, there's actually a task force member requested avoidance area called existing trails that you've been reviewing. As mentioned by many of you, this could also be considered an opportunity for enhancement or an attraction area. So let's go dive into the language of the draft guiding principle. Maintain and enhance community character and quality of life consistent with local and regional visions and plans. This guiding principle actually serves, as you can see, several of the high-level needs that you identified. So let's enter into discussion and hear your thoughts about this.
So are there any comments, concerns? Do we hit this on the mark? And then this in particular for those rural communities and areas, the folks that this reflects the most, want to weigh in? I was going to say Cole and Lambert or others. So Pat Steed wants to weigh in. Pat?
I'd just like to say that I think that is very consistent with the Heartland 2060 visioning and a whole bunch of different things that are brought together within that. So both the guiding principle and also the instructions that go with that guiding principle.
All right. Shannon Estenos again?
Yeah, I just want to make an encouraging comment that I think this is tremendously important. I think it sounds right. The guiding principle language sounds reasonable and right. As long as the folks who represent local government on our task force are comfortable with the fact that visions and plans, that's where this, those are the keepers of community character and quality of life visions. I think this is really an important guiding principle.
Thanks, Shannon.
So I see Penny weighing in as a local government. Maybe Penny, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I would agree. I'm very comfortable with this. It's very short and direct, and it's very clearly written. So I'm very comfortable with the way it's reading. Thank you.
Okay, and
Angela Falconetti?
Yes, can you hear me okay, Karen? Okay, great, just want to make sure. I just want to add, I mean, this is the one that, of all of them, that I have paid the closest attention to, quite frankly, throughout my work with the task force, which has been economic development, primarily related to my role as the president of Polk State College. And I don't think there's anything that we've missed here. I think it's pretty comprehensive. It's global enough, yet it provides enough detail. So I just wanted to give you my personal endorsement.
Thank you. All right. With that, I'm going to give task force members one last chance to raise your hand if you have any concerns for right now. Like I said, you'll come back next time. I am not seeing any, so we'll move forward with that. Okay, great. All right, so next, you'll see examples of attraction areas that you've seen before that relate to our next topic, economic development. There are several other related attraction areas that you've reviewed that include things such as medical facility locations and access to healthy food sources. So let's look at the draft guiding principle language now. Okay, so this is based on your input. Advance economic development, job creation, and community development with emphasis on rural areas of most need. Again, this is another one that serves a number of the high-level needs that you've identified. So let us know now your thoughts about the language here. So I see Eric Anderson is speaking up on this one. Eric?
Yes, ma'am. I just looking at this one, I know in economic development, one of the big things that we look at is business retention and expansion. So I think it'd be important to put something in here about supporting existing businesses.
Eric, how do you feel about that maybe being considered in instructions, since it gets a little more specific?
I mean, yeah, it is a little more specific, but I mean, you know, as far as economic development, job creation and retention and expansion is probably a bigger item, more so than the job creation. Because if you're not retaining them and expanding them, you're not going to make the job creation.
Wei.
Hey Beth, I have the advantage over you that I was involved with the other task forces discussion. I think the same topic came up, and I feel that it's important. It's probably important to be at the guiding principle level, but we want to open it up for task force member discussions about whether, you know, retaining, supporting, enhancing existing businesses.
Thanks, Wei. So that was great to hear. We have a few other people wanting to weigh in from the economic development community. So Angela Falconetti, then Glenn Little, and then Sherry Ambrose. Angela?
Thank you so much once again, Karen. In the section that states the column draft high-level needs, I'm wondering if it would be prudent to add in the second bullet, we have enhance access to jobs, and then we would list education. Would it be prudent to add something like technical training? I know that that is a form of education, or job training. It's a little different than, it's a little bit more specific if we're looking at access to jobs. So I guess in essence, what I'm suggesting is enhance access to jobs, education and training, job training, or something of the sort, workforce training.
Thanks, Angela. So that's actually a suggested modification of the high-level need.
Okay, I got you.
That's a modification?
Yes.
Karen, how would you like to discuss
Yeah,
that?
so really quickly, since we've kind of taken a step backwards for a minute here, Angela's suggesting that we add training to the high-level needs of enhance access to jobs, education, and healthcare to include training. I know the 4 people that have their hands up. If is anyone that uncomfortable with not, is anyone uncomfortable with adding training to that high level need? I just want to make sure we generally have consistency. Just raise your hand. Have consensus, I mean. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else flag up. So that one seems, LK, do you want to weigh in?
No, I just want to add a voice of support to what Angela said. I think in the meeting when we were in LaBelle, that meeting, there was a lot of conversation about need for technical training to support jobs. A lot of time was spent on that, so that makes perfect sense.
Okay, so we can make the revision to the high level need. We'll make the note here as opposed to going back to the high level need, and you'll see that come back in the draft report. Thank you, Angela.
So I think it was Penny and then Glenn. I apologize, got you in reverse order, but Penny?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm very comfortable with the changes to add training. I think it's critical. The world is changing so fast. Training is essential, even with a well-connected community. So I'm very comfortable with that. I'm a little worried about creating this bubble of what it would be lovely to do, which is bullet number 3, employment opportunities to particular to lower income residents and help retain younger residents in the area. I think those are wonderful goals, but I don't think it really belongs here. Again, we've got the challenge of a professed limited access toll road bypassing community after community that may be looking at this as the pipeline to their future. And if it's limited access, it's not going to be. If it is limited access, it will be. So we haven't worked that out yet. So to create this goal of assisting specifically lower income residents for work, I just don't think it belongs there. I think these are words that are meaningless in the greater scope of what we're doing. And I welcome feedback from my colleagues. I'm not trying to throw water on a situation at all. I'm just trying to be very realistic.
So Penny, I think Wei Wei, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, go ahead to finish your thought, Karen.
I was just going to say you're talking about high level needs, which we kind of wrapped up this morning. So I'm wondering if you're wanting to change the high level need or whether you just think that particular need does not belong with this guiding principle.
Yeah, thank you. I think the high level needs, we have to address, we have to incorporate what the legislature tells us the high level need, and that's clear. But the reality is, if it is a limited access toll road, limited access is underlined. And it hasn't been, there's no path, there's no map, there's nothing marking where the interchanges are going to be. So to waive the employment opportunities, I just don't think it's appropriate. I'm not suggesting that we remove the high level need of economic development. What I am suggesting is we don't amplify it or dress it up, promising things that the road won't bring if there's not a lot of interchanges. So I would like to see if bullet number 3 could just be removed completely. I think enhanced access to jobs does it, but the create employment opportunities, I'm not comfortable with it. I hope I explained it.
Penny, we understand your concern. The way these things are listed here is just to facilitate our discussion, to kind of show the flow of things, how this guiding principle is accomplishing some of the needs. So if you're not comfortable with that specific one, we certainly get what you're talking about. But just
Okay.
a reminder that MCourse is a whole program and offers us unprecedented opportunities to work with the locals, to work with the conservation community, to come up with innovative approaches. It's not just about a toll road. There are a range of multimodal solutions that can be considered. So that's just a reminder. Now, if you don't think it's going to really help with the underserved communities, we can go back and take a look at that language. But today we want to focus our thoughts on the guiding principles. And the draft high-level needs listed here is just to show this guiding principle may help us accomplish that one. If not, we can delete it.
One more thing on that one, Wei, if I may add. Items such as limited access facilities, the use or not the use of those, Penny, that can also, you still have the opportunity to discuss that in instructions. And when it comes to addressing that particular issue as well. So I just wanted to put that out there for consideration too.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate your response, but my concern is you're setting a table without the food on it. And until we see that food, we're not going to know what we're eating. And I think it's misleading. I'm sorry. I do think it's misleading. Enhance access to jobs, I can leave that, but create employment opportunities when we're not clear about what's going to happen. Unless you're talking about the actual construction of the road. But it's my understanding that is very technically, that's a very technical, sophisticated training you have to go in to build roads. So I'm still a little uncomfortable. I welcome input from my colleagues on this, and I'm not going to, not going to walk away from this by any means. But I don't think we should be talking about creating employment opportunities, especially to assist lower income residents. It's too specific for me.
Commissioner Taylor, this is LK. So I'm kind of jumping in front of other task force members that have their hand raised. I apologize for that. I want to kind of expand on what Wei mentioned. MCourse is not just about a toll road. It's about a comprehensive program, right? You and the other task force members in the previous meetings, we focused a lot of conversation about other infrastructure needs. Remember, this corridor is about multi-use, which includes the roadway component, the multimodal component, but also a multi-use component, which includes the infrastructure and the infrastructure that's necessary for the success of the rural communities, which includes these high-level needs that were developed, and particularly the one that you're referencing to. So, as we work on moving forward with this program, you got to think about okay, so you identified the high-level needs. So what is that guiding principle that is going to help with that? And I think the guiding principle reflects that. That's prepared by the task force. But then you get into the instructions. The instructions is where you're going to tell, okay, so local communities, these are the things that you need to do. The department, as you're working on planning the corridor, these are the things that you need to do to help with that particular high-level need, and so that we can help with achieving that high-level need. Now, it may not be the corridor, the transportation side of the corridor, but it may be the other elements that are included, which is the multi-use side of it, that is going to help with that job growth or job employment opportunities. So, I just want to say, let's keep the focus on, those other aspects of the multi-use corridor also when we are trying to make a decision on what needs to keep and how we modify the needs, and as we are working on guiding principles. Hope that helps.
Didn't change my mind, but it helped. Thank you.
So thank you, Commissioner. Glenn Little?
Yes, ma'am. In looking at the guiding principle, I'm a little confused by the words, the last three words in it, of most need. You know, I think of things that are measurable, and I'm really not sure what that means. Is it intended to be rural areas that have the most needs, or is it the job development, job creation, things like that that are of greatest need in these rural areas? What was intended by the of most need at the end?
Glenn, that was actually just based on task force member comments that we were trying to pull into the guiding principle. I think it might be good to hear from some of the counterparts on the task force in terms of how they might interpret that too.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think if I recall, a lot of this some of it came up because we were originally focused on only rural areas, and some of the coastal communities said, no, we have economic needs as well. So that's why it was made broader, but we still wanted to emphasize the rural areas. So Sherry Ambrose, I see rose her hand in response to that. Nope, Sherry's gone. Sherry didn't want to answer. Any other, oh no, she's back. Sherry, there you go.
Hi there. I guess just to respond, so there used to be a designation that was rural areas of critical economic concern. We now use rural areas of opportunity, and so I think this language mirrors some of the former state language that we used around rural areas. So it's kind of consistent with understanding in the economic development community. Also, I had originally raised my hand just to support Eric's comments about including retention of existing jobs with the job creation bullet. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other rural areas that want to weigh in on this, or coastal areas that want to weigh in? I see Jennifer Carpenter and then Andrew Dickman. Jennifer?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to go back to Penny's, to Commissioner Taylor's comment real quick about the job creation. And I think she's absolutely right that it could be misleading if we don't have the right instructions in here. And so I think Elke's comments about the multimodal and multi-use components of this is really where we have the opportunity to make that a reality, that there could potentially be job creation with this. And so, something as simple as a multi-use trail that goes along with this, that's somehow connected, that goes directly through the communities where you've got some sort of tourism or ecotourism that then connects up with other trails or activities in these rural communities. So I think my point here is really just to remind us all to think outside the box. I think Weiwei said that as well, because this is an opportunity, and it's not just a typical road project. It's an opportunity to think outside the box. So I'm putting a plug in for multimodal, multi-use, and remember that that's a big component of the legislation, and we should be trying to incorporate that as much as possible in the guiding principles and instructions.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so Andrew.
Thank you. I want to make a few suggestions maybe on the guiding principles, some wordsmithing a little bit, and I'd like it to read something like this: advance sustainable economic development, job creation, and community development in rural areas, but without creating suburban sprawl. And let me tell you why I want that. Is because, one, I think all rural areas in Florida are important, all of them, and the people that live in rural areas are important, no matter what job they're in and what they're doing. And then my concern about job creation, because everyone knows that when you're putting in roadways, it's really an attractor for development, and I don't want to see the job creation just be on construction. And that's where I come up with the sustainable economic development, because there's such a untapped potential of folks in the rural area, especially if you bring in broadband. So I'd hate to see suburban sprawl turn into the main economic development for an area because there's an interchange close by. So again, I'd like to see sustainable economic development. And then I agree with the comment about rural areas of most need, because to me, all rural areas are very important. The people, more importantly, that live there, and then put something in there that says avoid suburban sprawl, so that you're focusing on real, sustainable, permanent job creation.
So Andrew had quite a few suggestions there. I just want to let other task force members weigh in that may be interested. We haven't heard from like Matt Caldwell or some others. Eric Anderson, do you want to, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I get where he's going on that, but I have a problem with the word sustainable, because everybody likes to use it nowadays, but everybody has a different definition for it. And there really is no true definition for what sustainable economic development or sustainable anything is. It means something different to everybody. The whole bit about the sprawl, you know, I can understand that. I don't think this is the place for it. But when you're looking at economic development, it actually follows the vision of the community. So if your community's vision is to start having development and develop that type of economy, that, you know, that's what's gonna happen. So that's all dependent on the vision of the community and their comprehensive plan. So I just, to me, it's just not the place for it.
All right, then I see Matt Caldwell and Jerry Burr are also new voices. Matt, did you want to weigh in on this discussion?
Well, my main comments today were going to be in the conservation section coming up, but in this regard, I mean, reflecting on the fact that most of the route, whatever it ends up being, is going to go through the heartland communities, I'm inclined to really lean on what the perspectives are from those folks, the commissioners, the economic development directors, the folks on this task force that represent those heartland counties, to describe to us. And I think, kind of building off the last comments, you know, we have to recognize these communities have a vision for themselves already, and making sure that, in my mind, whatever we end up proposing isn't in conflict with that vision, but actually helps enhance it and actually achieve it. You know, there's going to be aspirational goals that, absent any real investment, will always remain just ideas on paper rather than realized and achieved for the betterment of the community. So that's my inclination, is to follow the pathway those communities have already laid out for us in their comprehensive planning over the last 3 decades in each one of their counties and cities.
Karen, if I may, I just want to remind task force members that the first guiding principle that we went through, which is overarching across all needs, is the consistency with the statewide, regional, and local plans. So I just wanted to remind you that that would cut across everything. Sorry, Karen.
No, that's great. And so I know we have Jerry Burr, who represents lots of local communities, and then there's also, we have John Ahern and Colin Lambert that might want to weigh in. So Jerry Burr. Do You're self-muted, Jerry. There you go.
Thank you. Appreciate what Beth said, and I think it touched on part of what I was going to say, but in speaking with the communities I represent, Zolfo Springs, Bowling Green, and Avon Park, they are all, very anxious to see this roadway go through. They believe that it will bring some economic relief to them, especially in Hardy County, and so I wouldn't be so concerned about the sprawl, because it would have to comply with their comprehensive plans anyway, and they're going to be able to guide that growth in the proper direction. But thank you.
Okay. Great. So Pat Steed and then Bill McDaniel. Pat, yeah, there we go.
Yes, going to some of the conversation, it's been on several things, but I'd just like to say from our role with working with, I think we work on a regular basis with at least 20 of the local governments, like all the time, day in, day out almost. And we do the regional economic development planning with all those communities and also with our rural areas of opportunity. I think this guiding principle is right in line with all of those plans. I think it should say rural areas of opportunity. So we do have that consistency with that state designation. But in addition to that, I think that this very much encapsulates that and doesn't need to be too specific in guiding principles.
Thank you, Pat. Beth, are we ready to? No, we have Bill and then Shannon. Bill? Okay.
Yes, I agree completely with what Pat just said. When I was listening to Andrew speak, I just wanted to address the fact that, we've already talked about complying with local comprehensive growth management plans. I don't think there's one that doesn't specify that sprawl is not a good thing. And that at this level, for what we're doing and how this project's been put forth by the state, I see no need to add in additional language with expressions of concerns of sprawl. We can deal with those issues specifically if and when the committee, and it's something to remind everybody, that this task force has to vote to go forward with this project, and then these guiding principles and instructions are passed on. We're not going to pick the corridor. No, we're not going to pick the line where the road, if in fact the task force votes for it, we're not going to pick those things. We can address individuality of the concerns in each one of the communities as they go forward. So I think here today we should leave this alone. If the Pat suggestion about rural areas of economic opportunity is a better language use, I'm okay with that. I know the statute specified that we needed to support rural of need. So there you go.
Thanks, Shannon. Last thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to, the point that I want to make, and this is something that maybe we can just keep in mind over the next couple of meetings, is that the statute does have a provision that requires local governments to come back and amend their comp plans to make way for some of the facilities, including interchanges that the road produces. So I just, I want to acknowledge the cautionary tone that Andrew is raising, and with regard to, and I was among the voices a little while ago saying that absolutely we shouldn't qualify the extent to which this task force says we should stay consistent with local plans. But I do want to remind everybody that the legislature is going to require these local governments, and some of them are very small, they're going to require these local jurisdictions to change their comp plans to make way for this road or certain facilities on this road. So I do think it bears us keeping that in mind, and that to the extent, to Pat's point, that we can adopt certainly language that makes, that makes our principles consistent with existing work and previous work. We should do that. I think also we should give some thought to maybe more aspirational words. Sustainable might not be the right one, but like when I think about job creation to assist lower income residents, we want to keep them employed. We also want to promote the prosperity of these regions too, right? It's not just about 1,000 minimum wage jobs. I'm assuming it's promoting the prosperity of these rural areas in keeping with their community character and their local visions. So just to sum it up, let's not forget the legislature is going to force these communities to make way for this road by amending their comp plans. I think it's by 2023. So the more aspirational and the more forward thinking we can be as a task force, I think the better.
Thank you, Shannon.
Shannon, that's a great point that you brought forward. That is, in fact, in the statute that local governments will be required to update their comprehensive plans. And there was conversation in previous meetings about the ability of the smaller governments, how they would be able to update these comp plans by 2023, and the department committed to providing them the assistance by utilizing the resources that are available, like our regional planning councils, to help with the comp plan amendments.
Okay, Karen.
So that's all we have.
Summarize?
Yep. You want to summarize the changes we need to reflect in this?
Yes, so from a general agreement standpoint, want to make sure that we test these out. One was to include business retention and expansion, that concept within the guiding principle. And the other was a suggestion to change the language from rural areas of most need to rural areas of opportunity for consistency. So we can place that in there as a note, Brandy. We can actually make the change to take out most need and change that to opportunity, but then the note to add business retention and expansion. Let's just put it in a note for now, and we'll find the right placement within the guiding principle. So Karen, are we ready to move on?
We are.
Okay.
Wei and Will are giving us some of their time, so we'll take that one last guiding principle of agriculture.
Great. So the subject of agricultural land has come up frequently in your discussions. This is the last of the grouping of 3 that I mentioned before. So these are just examples of related avoidance areas. Prime farmland was also included in GIS tool. So let's go right to the draft language. So this is a draft guiding principle based on language you provide, or excuse me, input you provided to us. Apply the following priority order for large contiguous agricultural and private lands. To the extent feasible, avoid fragmentation. And number 2, minimize fragmentation of these lands and other negative impacts. Before we enter into discussion on this, something that I had intended to mention in the economic development guiding principle is the fact that there was an instruction that addressed connectivity and to support other needs relative to economic development of agricultural type businesses. So I just wanted to point out that even though we're not having that discussion today, to have in the back of your mind that there was an instruction within economic development related to that. This particular one, as it's worded, addresses land use and fragmentation.
So let's have some discussion, right? So Janet Taylor, representing Department of Agriculture.
Okay, we're talking about agriculture. And in this, looking at the purpose and draft, it looks like it's a repeat of the environmental areas of our worksheet. And we really have not, we really ignored the economic needs of our agricultural sector. So since agriculture is so diverse and we have many different kinds of agriculture and it's constantly shifting to address issues which is created nothing by their own, but by the market, by diseases they have in the area, and other challenges that agriculture have. So since it looks like the purpose here is environmental, the high level need is about environment and all, I have some suggestions, some recommendations. That maybe we should shift our purpose to revitalizing rural communities and encouraging job creation. And under the high level needs, maybe we need to shift to improve transportation and technology connectivity for agriculture and other resource-based businesses. And then when we get to the guiding principles, I have a couple of things. Maybe our guiding principles should be to improve transportation connectivity to and from the market and all the places in our agricultural supply chain. Improve broadband connectivity, which is very important for running businesses and for deploying technology-based solutions in the field, important to running our modern agriculture. The other one is for us to maintain access to ag land. And I know we've talked a lot about fragmentation, and I know it's important, fragmentation is, but it's not so much an issue as how important it is that we make sure that ag can easily access the roads and the other transportation.
Janet, I just wanted to mention one thing. You mentioned some specific wording for need. I'm looking back at the economic development instructions, and actually the language you suggested for the need is an example instruction in economic development.
But we're doing agricultural land use.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was just reflecting too, and I wish I had brought this up when we were on economic development. But there's a draft instruction that says maintain and improve transportation connectivity for natural resource dependent businesses. The only reason I wanted to mention that is high level needs. We have a listing of high level needs that have been addressed by the task force. So we'd have to consider pulling one of those in there. I'm sorry, LK, go ahead.
Okay, I just, let's look at it. It's really kind of like environmentally sensitive information.
Understand, yes.
I have on agriculture. I'm listening.
Hey, Janet, thank you, Beth. Janet, you know, your points kind of bring the memories of the detailed conversation that we had this morning regarding agriculture as it relates to the high level needs, right? You know, and I think the recommendation from the task force was to, you know, preferably create a new high level needs for ag that's focused on obviously the environmental side of it, but also looking at what is that language that need to be to provide the resources for the success of agriculture industry and the connectivity that you were mentioning, which is the transportation connectivity and all that stuff, right? So broadband, transportation, and everything. So what I would suggest is, you know, why don't we step back on this guiding principle, because this is very linear focused on one of the items of the three that were mentioned this morning. We work on the high level need and then bring it back to the task force, and then we work on the guiding principle and then the instruction we follow. We'll take a stab. If you want to make some comments, you know, as it relates to what you would like to see on the guiding principle, please do that consistent with the conversation that we had this morning. Or you can refrain and then we go start the conversation at our next meeting.
I'll be fine.
Okay. Should we make a note or do we have more comment?
We have a few more people that want to comment. Do you want to provide some additional information for staff to consider as they redraft for the people that still have their hands up? Okay, so Pat, Andrew, and then Ken Doherty will stop there. So Pat, Steve?
Yes, just one other thing, and I totally agree with that approach to take. But this has to do with the actual language that's there. It talks about large contiguous agricultural and private lands, and we've discussed this previously, that the prime farmland layer that was included in the GIS information actually is a soils layer and does not necessarily predict actual agricultural use. So there needs to be something that ties this to lands that are actually in agricultural use, whatever the most appropriate wording would be. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. And what we kind of went over the example data slide very quickly, but based on feedback from you and others, we have a map in there that's FDAX farmland data. That's probably more reflective than the prime farmland that we had in there before.
So we have Andrew and then Ken. Just adding so we know to provide direction to staff on this one.
Yep. Thank you. I want to address this qualifying clause with maybe an analogy. If I were to tell my 2 teenage sons when they were in the house to stay out of trouble if you can, or to the extent feasible, not only would my wife throw me out of the house, but they definitely would be getting in trouble a lot more than if I just said, stay out of trouble. So unless this report is going to be law, I think we need to be very specific about what our guiding principle is. So I have a real problem with to the extent feasible, because at the end of the day, that's going to happen anyway. So I think the report needs to be a little bit more direct on this. Thank you.
Well, and just to follow up on that, at the very beginning of the guiding principles, the comments that you're making are shared by other corridors with the removal of the qualifying language. So we appreciate your bringing that up, and that'll be a consideration as we rework a draft for this guiding principle. So also make it more holistic.
Yeah, so we have Ken Doherty, and then I'm going to make an exception and allow Gary to go because he's with the Farm Bureau. So Ken?
Thank you, Karen. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Very good. I just raised my hand in support, actually, this morning when Gary Ritter was making his comments on this particular topic. I was in support of changing this guiding principle and the high-level need statements. And I do support what LK just presented. I do think we need to step back on this and redo it. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Ken. Gary?
Now you should be
fine. Okay. Yeah. On number 2, and I was just going to maybe add another point to that. When you talk about minimized fragmentation of these lands and other negative impacts, and I'm wondering if we could add, in there by maximizing the use of existing facilities. I think I had made that comment a little earlier, maybe out of context with what the discussion is, but I think one of the ways that we could minimize this fragmentation is to utilize existing facilities that we have. And I don't know if that's maybe getting too far into the weeds with the guiding principles in that, or.
Well, I mean, I think we're going to review this entire guiding principle to make it holistic, to try to accomplish all of those things. I just want to make sure we don't have any more comments from task force members, because then maybe we can summarize a note on this guiding principle. So let's try this one. We have a note to rework the draft guiding principle to have more of a holistic view that also includes economic development and connectivity, and also align them with the proper purposes and high-level needs, draft high-level needs. If that's acceptable to everyone, I'm sorry, Brandy, I should have asked you to start typing there. If that's acceptable to everyone to move on and bring back to you, we are happy to give that a shot based on all of your feedback. Yeah, once again, any hands for not reworking this? Just say, okay, great. Thank you all for responding. So, okay, yeah, I think we're gonna have to stop there. What we will do is bring the remaining guiding principles back along with these as revised as we've discussed for meeting number 7. Of course, there's opportunities to submit materials to Marlone in the next week. And then, and of course, you know, Will and Wei are working out ways to be able to share information potentially before the next meeting. Well, and I just want to mention one more thing, Karen, is that the next group up, you know, is a great segue after with the agricultural land and agriculture discussion is kind of a triumvirate for the natural environment and wildlife. So those are going to be addressed together, and please take a look at those because the language and the guiding principles are, with the exception of the aspect of the environment, natural resource or wildlife that it's addressing, they're very, very similar. So we're going to be pulling those together as one discussion. So if you could maybe think about that prior to task force meeting number 7. Thanks, Karen, for indulging me there.
So we actually have Wei Wei and Will to thank because we ate into their time. So up next is Wei Wei to talk about the task force report outline and drafting process.
Thank you. Let me try to fast forward through my presentation. My presentation is just to summarize to you the proposed outline for the final report and the drafting process. The report that you develop will play multiple functions. It would document how the charge to the task force was met. It would describe the task force's work activities, including how they received and considered public input. It would also summarize the task force's recommendations. This next slide shows you the major sections of the report. We anticipate the final report will be about 15 pages, consistent with the work product from previous efforts, and these pages will be augmented by significant online documentation of presentations, technical notes, and public input. The transmittal letter will be from the chair to the governor, president of the Senate, the speaker of the House, as directed by the statute. The first 3 sections on the left will summarize the background of the legislation, the task force membership and process, including public and agency involvement, and the study area characteristics. Staff will start drafting these sections for you to review. The 4th section is the heart of the report, your recommendations on high-level needs, principles, and instructions. We started working together on this explicitly over starting at virtual meeting 4, and we will keep doing so over the next few meetings, and staff will format your text into the report for you. This section will focus on your specific recommendations with supporting narrative, including documentation on significant concerns that are not resolved and would need to be addressed moving forward. I want to pause right here to clarify one thing for today. I was certainly guilty today of mentioning what the other task forces have done, but I want to clarify that the coordination of these languages and the guiding principles with what the other task forces are working on is just mostly on the level of details. So we don't want to see one task force has a 50-page report and the other one has an 8-page report. So the coordination is mostly just about the level of detail to be consistent, and we are committed to supporting your thoughts and your priorities from your discussions within this task force discussion platform. So I just wanted to make that clear. The The final section of the report will be an action plan. This is what the task force recommends in terms of future activities, as well as ongoing partner coordination, including the role of the organizations on this task force in future activities and monitoring implementation. We will work on these recommendations at meeting number 8. This report outline would not include specific recommendations on alignment or projects because we're still very early in the process, but the clear guidance provided in this report would direct how those decisions should be made. So as we've seen from the discussion today, reaching consensus is not easy. It would require us to have iterative discussions, trade-offs, and make concessions and work with each other. So staff is here with you every step of the way to support you in any way we can. Let's also talk very briefly about the drafting process. Staff will bring sections of report, initial overview reports for you to review at meeting number 8. And then we are working on the heart of the report, the recommendations, and the action plan. We'll continue to do so throughout the next few meetings. And the goal is to have a draft report ready for public comment between meetings 8 and 9. And at the final meeting, meeting number 9, we'll test for consensus to see if we can have consensus on the report as a package. So that's a brief overview of the report outline and the drafting process. And I remember the suggestion about the working groups. We'll certainly keep that in mind and keep our options open. Karen, back to you. See if we have any quick questions before I yield the floor to Will.
Yes, we have 2 questions, Janet Bowman and then Shannon Estenos. Janet?
Yes, quick question. I didn't see in the outline any reference to the attraction, avoidance and attraction maps. Are those going to be included in the report?
Yes, we're certainly going to make the connection from the guiding principle to the GIS tool to document that.
Thank you.
Shannon Estenos, and then we have a few more that have joined. Shannon?
Just quick questions. Number 1, again, something I heard at the last task force meeting this week was, is DOT giving any consideration to maintaining some kind of advisory process, stakeholder advisory process in the PD&E? And if so, I think there's precedent for that, maybe in the Wekiva process. And if so, will that be in the report?
Most definitely, if that's the desire of the task force. You know, Will and I talked about an advisory committee in some shape or form with environmental stakeholders and local and regional partners to monitor the progress and the implementation of the recommendations. We can bring some language back for the task force consideration at the next meeting on that specific topic.
Okay, great. Last question. Will there be time on the agenda at the next meeting to offer up? I mentioned earlier this morning that I had suggestions for a financial feasibility guiding principle. So will there be time in the agenda to offer up new guiding principles or additional ones?
Of course, we presented the comprehensive list of guiding principles today. We wanted to go through them all and then check with the task force to see if we missed any, if there are any that we can combine. At the next meeting, we should have more time to focus on the guiding principles. Today, we spent some time on the needs, but next meeting, we will spend the majority of our time on guiding principles, structure as well as concept.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, so then Elizabeth Fleming and then Janet Taylor.
Okay, the question, I had 2 questions. One, Shannon just asked it was about, are we going to have something similar that the Wekiva task force had an environmental advisory committee? I know that came up in the other task force meetings. So thank you for addressing that. The next question I have, I was writing furiously just now, but I'm afraid I did not get it all down, the outline and the schedule. And obviously we'll have a next meeting and there'll be an agenda, but will we be able to, and will this presentation will be posted, so we'll be able to refer back to that schedule that you just went over?
Yes, Elizabeth, and we're also flexible based on the progress that we make at these meetings. We're constantly adjusting the schedule to make sure that we cover all the key topics.
Okay, well, what I'm getting at is I wasn't able to, I would like to have a copy of what you just went over so we can plan internally. So.
Yeah, the presentation is going to be posted online, and the schedule is just it's flexible at this point. But Wendy, if you don't mind going back to the previous slide where the schedule is outlined.
Okay, thank you. The next meeting sounds very, very important.
All right, so then we have Janet Taylor, Chris Constance, and Andrew Dickman, and I think that'll close it out.
Okay, and Karen, real quick, on conservation land, I guess I just really might have slept through that one. But when you're talking about prioritizing for existing, can we delete and propose land? And I'm gonna tell you the reason why, because we should only be really dealing with the existing conservation land, because everything else is really included into that, and any gaps, you're going to see them over in the instruction side anyway. So we could take another look at that. I don't know how I missed that this morning.
Yeah, we did not cover those guiding principles.
Oh, okay, I thought I said, okay, that's fine.
So you still have plenty of time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Chris Constance and then Andrew. There you go, Chris.
Yes, thank you, Karen. I appreciate the outline, and I think while you said you're kind of, not supposed to talk about the other roadways, I think it is important for us to have an idea holistically how they are approaching things. Obviously, I guess we can even talk to them because we're not voting on the same thing. So we could call individual members to find out what their experience is like. But I think it would be unwise to have roadways be so disparate in how they're being evaluated. I mean, I guess you guys are all common factors in the process, but I just think that if they're coming up against certain issues and they found good ways to overcome them, or guiding principles that make sense, I hate reinventing the wheel. That's my big thing. So, if you're finding at these other ones that there are good ways to approach certain issues, I don't think any of us would be opposed to having you bring them forward and saying, just food for thought, this is how this was being addressed in the central connector.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll do it as, if the task force desires. I just don't want to task force members feel like they're pressured.
Oh, no, not at all. Again, it's suggestions, not even recommendations, but just suggestions. We saw that this was occurring. And I guess, I'll probably have more input with the next presentation, because I think that some of the things that we're talking about as far as siting of possible roadways and infrastructure, we're going to have to start evaluating, because again, we can go through a list of guiding principles theoretically, but we have, the counties, the land, the area that we're talking about, and as will be shown coming forward, there are definite geographic obstacles and issues. So as we develop guiding principles, and then as we actually rate them or scale them, so that what are the most important things, it will push the road one way or another based upon what we think in our section are the most important things versus other sections. Wouldn't that be correct?
Yes, Will Watts is going to show us how we're going to use the guiding principles to develop the PATS course. at our next meeting. That was also a question from Shannon, I think.
I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. So Andrew is our last
Real
question.
quick, just going back to the original start of this meeting, if you could look into a way where the task force members can communicate with one another while the question, other things are going on, I think that would be really helpful. I mean, I have 2 computers open. I think it would facilitate an exchange, and I think you guys could do that without violating the Sunshine Law. So if you can remember that, I think Chris brought it up, I'm not sure, but that would be nice. And then I didn't know who to email it to because I put together sort of more information. I didn't want to belabor the task force with it. So I emailed it to you, Wei and Karen. So you'll have that. I hope you can, somehow incorporate it in. It was more than what I was able to talk about today.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you for that. I received your emails and we'll make sure it gets to the appropriate people. And then we're checking with the AGs on some of the options that we're considering. So we'll bring options back before the next meeting.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Wei. That's all we have. So we'll move on to Will Watts for the corridor planning activity.
All right, so great discussion today. really a lot of progress. Just a few quick go back. So back to the public comments, just to make sure everybody's aware that 100% of all the written comments were given to the task force members and nothing was filtered, as well as anybody who's asked for them. Everything's been unfiltered. So you have full access to them to analyze and review at your leisure. The other part, financial environmental feasibility, that's required not only by the Turnpike statute, but as well as the MCOR statute. So it is required by law. Okay. So we're going to kind of focus on planning activities. The first round is our enhancements, just to make sure everybody is reminded what MCORs can bring to the table. So we've gathered a lot of comments and ideas since Task Force Meeting 3 and have compiled a list of potential enhancement ideas that could be developed into instructions as part of future phases of PD&E design and construction of the corridor within the study area. In this presentation, you'll see a few examples from 4 major categories: natural environment, economic development, transportation connectivity, and innovation and technology. We have a comprehensive list of 19 enhancement ideas, and we'll develop more as further discussions regarding enhancement occur at task force meetings and through technical briefings with task force members. First, we have an example from the natural environment category. 12-mile slough is a priority project identified by the Florida Forever. This would be an important potential conservation acquisition that could provide additional habitat and connectivity for panthers between OK Slough and Spirit of the Wild wildlife management area. Enhanced wildlife crossings can also play an important role in connecting wildlife and habitats throughout the corridor. Next, we have an example of the economic development enhancement. This example utilizes the help of agencies and local partners to help facilitate the necessary studies to show the potential economic impacts of MCOR's corridor could have in the region. In coordination with FDOT, the Department of Economic Opportunity will prepare a comprehensive economic study of the Southwest Central Corridor study area. It will address affordable workforce housing, employment, land use transition, redevelopment, and industry opportunities. DEO will also work closely with the Central Florida Regional Planning Council and local municipalities to maintain consistency with the regional vision based on the Heartland 2060 plan. Transportation connectivity is a major talking point in our enhancement discussion with our task force. This category is far-reaching and can benefit not only the existing roadway network, but also freight and logistics, farming operations, utilities, and the natural environment. In this example, the department will work with corridor stakeholders to identify project segments for the proposed new limited access corridor that can be co-located within existing roadways such as potentially State Road 29, where the arterial facility serves local traffic, adjacent residents, and businesses. In looking at the existing roadway network, we will evaluate opportunities to upgrade existing east-west connector roadway segments to enhance safe and efficient connections to and in between local attractions. Co-location of utility infrastructure opportunities will be evaluated and accommodated within the limited access corridor. All right, so the last example category is on innovation and technology. Technology is a rapidly growing area. Continually monitoring technological advancement in all aspects of roadway design, operations, and maintenance, and incorporating appropriate features into the corridor will maximize safety and mobility, increase efficiency, and minimize life cycle costs. Weather sensors and warning systems such as environmental sensor stations are examples of potential safety improvements in the corridor using technology. Sustainable roadside bioswales improve water quality by filtering stormwater runoff. Drones can also assist in performing operations, maintenance inspections, and emergency activities. As we already presented in the guiding principle discussion, co-location is one of the most discussed guiding principles of the Southwest Central Corridor Study Area. Throughout the task force meetings, this guiding principle has been a focus of discussion for not only aspects of avoidance and minimization, but also enhancement opportunities of existing roadways, natural environment resources, utility lines, broadband expansion, multimodal transportation needs, such as transit, trails, and freight, all while helping local and regional community needs and goals. Co-locations will also provide for how the new proposed facilities can provide for gaps in transportation access and technological connectivity within the region. The design of the routes can provide connections where needed and bypasses where optimal. Because the corridor planning and design will also focus on environmental enhancements, connecting gaps in existing greenways and trails will be considered. Technology gaps can also be addressed within and along the corridor to aid in interconnecting the entire region. Broadband coverage can be expanded to provide enhanced technology connectivity to businesses and residents throughout the study area. Other technological connectivity enhancements such as wildlife sensors can communicate with nearby vehicles to help reduce crashes. So you've seen this graphic a few times. As it pertains to the task force, we're currently holding task force meetings as the task force members explore, evaluate, and ultimately gain consensus on recommendations. Those guiding principles will be captured in a report to the governor and legislature by November 15th, 2020. We have also committed in keeping the task force updated on the status and the implementation of the guiding principles they recommended. Concurrent to the task force meetings taking place, the department is in the process of gathering data and information as requested by the task force as we plan for the next steps based on the task force recommendations. Upon completion of the task force report on November 15th of this year, the department will begin the project development and environmental study process to further analyze potential corridors based on input from the task force. Throughout the upcoming ACE process, PDA process, and design process, there will be numerous opportunities for public review and input of the implementation of your guiding principles. One additional next step we'd like to bring to your attention is what we will be providing and is as the initial path course map at the task force meeting number 7. The path course map will utilize the draft guiding principles that have been developed to date and will take time at meeting number 7 to discuss the map and further refine the guiding principles. So what is the path courses? First map will use attraction and avoidance areas, co-location, and the use of the guiding principles. And that'll allow us to further refine the wide opportunities presented in meeting number 7. All right. Back to you, Secretary Nandum.
All right. Okay, thank you, Will. Appreciate the presentation and the overview of the next step, which is going to be talked about in the next meeting. So I want to say thank you to all the task force members, because this has been a very productive and engaging meeting. I'm confident we are at a point of acceptance of the high-level needs with the additions, modifications suggested for the agriculture side and the wildlife side. Great conversation on the guiding principles. Looking forward to continuing our conversations at the next meeting. I'd like to recap a few of the next steps before we begin the public comment period. First, today's presentation and the task force meeting 6 recording will be posted on the website. Second, the team will record the revisions to the high-level needs, guiding principles, and instructions discussed today, and provide an updated draft for circulation in advance to you of our August meeting. As discussed, if you have additional comments, particularly some of the editorial changes we did not get to discuss today, please send them to Marlon Becerra, our production lead, by July 30th, so we can incorporate into the next version. Third, we will continue to be available to address any technical questions you have throughout this process. Finally, we will be in touch as soon as we have solidified the timing and format of the August meetings. This concludes our formal presentation for today. Now let's move on to the public comment period for our virtual meeting and hear comments from members of the public who are on the virtual meeting with us today and our in-person viewing locations. I want to continue to emphasize how important this input is to the process, and that public comment during our meetings is not the only way for the public to provide their input to us. Public comments may be submitted at any time to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us and will become part of the public record. Let us now hear comments from members of the public who signed up to comment and are present at the virtual meeting today and at the field locations. Karen?
Thank you, LK. So we're going to, as he said, we're going to go to the public comment period. Of course, we always encourage task force members to stay engaged throughout this portion of the meeting, and many of you are still online. So we will hear from people that are participating and then hear comments from people participating at the remote locations at Whaley Hall, at Lee County Civic Center, and the Jack Stroop Civic Center in Sebring. So requests made online to provide comments virtually received by 2:30 today or via speaker card at the public viewing locations will be addressed during this public comment period. Comments will be made in the order of the request. If you do not respond when your name is called, we'll provide a second opportunity at the end of the public comment period. When your name is called to actually speak, we will unmute your line in order for you to provide comment within your allotted time of 3 minutes. You will hear a tone when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then another tone when your time is up. The line will be muted after 3 minutes, so please keep your eye on the clock and listen for the tones. If you have more information to share with the group, you can provide additional comments in writing for further consideration, or you can send comments at any time to the fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us, which is listed on the slide. Only one person at a time will be unmuted, and if you have self-muted, please make sure to unmute before speaking. And as we noted, after completion of the virtual public comments, we'll subsequently move to the public viewing locations. So with that, I'm going to call our first public commenter, which is Lindsay Cross from St. Petersburg. Lindsay? Lindsay. So our staff are working to get Lindsay on. So just give us a second.
Good afternoon. This is Lindsay Cross with Florida Conservation Voters. Task Force members, I greatly appreciate those of you that have raised concerns today regarding the process, the lack of data and information regarding the need and the financial feasibility of these roads, the hypocrisy of requiring a tolled highway to protect our water and wildlife, and the unrealistic timeline that remains despite a global health and economic emergency. Florida Conservation Voters has similar concerns, which is why we have repeatedly asked DOT to be more transparent, to put the brakes on the process, and to advocate for no build. We have had concerns that a thorough review of public comments had not been shared with you or the public. The No Roads to Ruin Steering Committee made a public records request and painstakingly read through thousands of comments, taking the extra step of categorizing them as for, against, or neutral, undecided. Of 1,546 comments received by February, 87.7% were against these roads. This information was shared with you on Monday in an email from the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. We also believe that the more than 7,200 form letters should be characterized as they represent a valid form of public participation. You've also heard reference of the report published by Florida Tax Watch, an independent, nonpartisan government watchdog that has prevented a frank review of the huge economic burden these roads will put on Florida taxpayers. While the group did not extend its analysis to the Southwest Central Corridor, it estimates the cost to build the Suncoast Connector at between $4 and $10.5 billion, and that the required tolls needed to pay off construction bonds would be in excess of current average per mile tolls throughout the entire Florida Turnpike system. These costs and the long-term financial implications should be top of mind as you continue in this process. Last month, Governor DeSantis vetoed more than $97 million of water quality and transportation infrastructure upgrade projects, including in these local communities. We know that more severe cuts are to come. The MCOR's budget not only remained unscathed, but ballooned from $90 to $117 million this year by transferring money from funds to help rural communities like the Small County Road Assistance Program. Much of what the local communities desire, such as broadband and water quality infrastructure, can and should be developed without a toll road. Local residents don't want more pollution, more concrete, or more sprawl. You have been reminded this morning by Secretary Thibeault that these are your guiding principles. They're not DOT's, nor are they Senate President Galvano's. They should take into account the strong opposition from the public and the overwhelming need to protect our water, wildlife, rural communities, and taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Up next, Herman Younger.
Hello, my name is Herman Younger. I'm an organizing representative for the Sierra Club. Task Force members, you have all recently received important information from the No Roads to Ruin Steering Committee regarding MCOR's public comments. The No Roads to Ruin Coalition made a public records request to FDOT to receive all of the written comments from August 2019 through February 2020. To no surprise, close to 88% of the comments were not in favor of this disastrous toll roads project. This does not include a vast majority of the 7,272 public comments received through form letters, which FDOT did not include in our public records request. The public has made their position clear. As community representatives, you have a duty to act in the interest of the public. I urge you to strongly consider this data when making recommendations, and that you echo the voices of the public and recommend no build. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Younger. Up next, Amy Datz from Tallahassee, Florida. Amy, you are unmuted.
I have been a professional environmental scientist for over 40 years. I'm an activist, not a lobbyist or consultant. One of the issues discussed at the beginning of these meetings is the number of public comments. I'm grateful that the task force took an hour to discuss this. Only 11,571 comments have been received, or 1/3 of 1% of the over 3 million residents from the 18 counties in the project area. I would like to know the percent of pros and cons of those comments. Mr. Watts stated that 11 different form letters have been submitted. Which groups have submitted those letters? One might guess they're heavily biased by their group's propaganda, not given the true pros and cons of the project. The pro-project members are being silenced for fear of group expulsion. The Sierra Club has over 3.8 million members, the Nature Conservancy over 1 million. This would indicate that less than a fraction of 1% of the members in these two groups is interested in opposing this project. From this, do we assume that the other 99% are in support of the project? My solidarity lies with the 700,000 families that do not have internet and so cannot state their support for their getting internet through this project. I'm suggesting that people who had the privilege of signing those electronically generated form letters in opposition to this project show their solidarity and support for the 700,000 Florida residents that do not have the privilege of internet connectivity by walking in their shoes for 1 week. Turn off your internet for 1 week. I believe this will increase your understanding of how vital this project is to our fellow citizens who can in support of the project. In this case, silence should not be assumed as consent or agreement with the opponents. In addressing agriculture, I'm also grateful that this task force group has placed an emphasis on the necessity of agriculture to our state's economy and well-being. Consider allowing vehicles dedicated to the movement of farm produce and livestock to pay a reduced or no toll to reduce the economic impact of the toll road on this industry. There will be a cost to moving the road to accommodate agriculture. This cost-benefit analysis must be an important component of your analysis. If it costs $100 million or more to move the road to accommodate not fracturing farmland, compare that to the cost, perhaps a lesser cost of creating an underpass or agricultural crossings to allow farming equipment or livestock access to their acreage. This could be a win-win for everyone. FDOT payment for fractured farmland is much higher than land on the perimeter. Please continue the mix of in-person and internet public comments. Being over 65, it's a matter of life and death for me.
Thank you, Ms. Stats. Up next is Michael McGrath from Fort Myers, Florida. Michael, you are unmuted.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mike McGrath. I'm an organizer for the Sierra Club based out of Fort Myers, Florida. Earlier this month, Florida made headlines across the world for all the wrong reasons after reporting a record-breaking 15,299 coronavirus cases, highest total by any U.S. state to start this global pandemic. And since then, reported several days of 10,000 plus reported cases. We'd be deceiving ourselves if we were claiming that things improved. Before this pandemic, MCORS was poorly framed, ill-advised, and simply short-sighted. Now it's simply reckless and irresponsible considering the financial implications it will impose on the state budget for the years to come. Each of the MCORS corridors lacks a documented needs analysis and reliable projections for its fiscal feasibility, despite this being a statutory obligation outlined for each of the MCORS corridors before the 2019 legislation was signed into law. Projected costs for these toll roads could range anywhere from $10 billion on the lower bound to $27 billion on the upper bound. Those figures are especially tough to swallow when we consider recent budget vetoes by Governor DeSantis. To this point, FDOT has failed to reveal detailed plans for how they will be financing this project, their limited bonding capacity, projected toll revenues, or possible public-private partnerships, saying they're early on in the process. I just want to say I was really pleased by today's critical conversation by many of the task force members, and I strongly with their comments made by some task force members to make the financial feasibility either a high-level need or a guiding principle. And for the Southwest Task Force, I would encourage you to evaluate that in its earnest. As my colleague Lindsay Cross mentioned, the Florida's tax loss report is a good place to start for the Suncoast Corridor, and a similar report should be prepared for the Southwest Central Corridor as well. Related to the conversation of fiscal responsibility and setting priorities of budget, something that we have to really be clear about is that there's already been $1 billion in budget vetoes by Governor DeSantis. MCORS is not even cut despite the public has largely been opposed to these roads from the onset, and it's not a necessary project during these challenging times. In fact, MCORS budget grew from a projected $90 million to an astounding $117 million this year, while hundreds of millions of dollars in funding were cut to programs such as online learning, 911 services, affordable housing, transportation infrastructure upgrades, and other water quality projects. During a pandemic that has blown up our state budget, crippled our economy, and left so many unemployed, I find it hard to believe that we're still planning to go through supporting these projects while wasting reckless taxpayer dollars. Those who seek to champion this project represent the force of judgment and prudence for how to use taxpayer dollars considering the direness of the situation. I'll leave you some closing thoughts. Elected officials that have been appointed by community representatives to some of this task force, I ask you this: are the local projects you were promised still being implemented, or is it money instead being diverted into this boondoggle? Is MCORS really the best use for our taxpayer dollars and limited state budget during this pandemic? Please don't build this road.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Up next, Gary Stillwell from Alva, Florida. Gary, you are unmuted. Gary, you are self-muted.
About that.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. I have a couple of questions and maybe a suggestion. There's a lot of discussion here about the meaning of a lot of the words like enhancement, consistency, compatibility. It might be advantageous if the folks that might be able to do this get together a glossary of critical terms. I think there are readily available glossaries in the Florida statutes that are available that could be used to make sure that everyone understands when you say enhance what that really means. I watched somebody do an enhancement of a wetland down here in Lee County, and their version of that was to butcher 30 cypress trees. So I think it needs a little help there. I do have a couple of questions. I've been looking through the statutes. 338.223 talks about any proposed project to be constructed must have economic feasibility statements done and an environmental feasibility study done prior to the department ever approving that, and then that design of that project then must be finished before it ever goes to the legislature. It kind of seems to me like this is a little bit backwards. So I was looking online in the statutes to try to find where the economic feasibility study was and where the DEP's environmental feasibility study was, which is supposed to be given to the department. I can't find it. Maybe somebody here, either with the FDOT folks or somebody in the task force, could tell me where that's located. As far as the economic part of it, Florida already has almost $9 billion already bonding already out. Their ability to go get more bonds is pretty much gone. They're limited to 10 billion. Statute 338.2275 limits it to 10 billion in bonds outstanding, and the bonds may not be issued to fund the project until the department has made final determination that the project is economically feasible. So there's some really tough issues going on here.
Time's up, Mr.
Out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Eugene Kelly from Brooksville, Florida. Eugene, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Florida Native Plant Society. Since the question of financial feasibility was initially raised in the early task force meetings, it's basically been invisible. I really was gratified to hear it mentioned today, at least a little bit. I believe it merits a lot more attention than it's received. It sometimes suggests that government should be run more like a business to make it more accountable to the public. Whether you agree with that statement or not, we do have to live within our means, the same as a private business would. I find it difficult to conceive that a private business would launch into a major multi-billion-dollar project, spending millions on planning without some assurance beforehand the project would be financially feasible. That appears what we're doing with MCORS. Governor recently vetoed $1 billion in spending from the 2021 budget that included $225 million for affordable housing, tens of millions in local transportation projects. Those are important, urgent needs to our current residents. MCORS was untouched, and in fact, Florida's prepared to commit $750 million to MCORS between now and 2025 just for planning purposes. That doesn't include any construction costs. Where's that money going to come from? The Tax Watch report, which was already alluded to, they point squarely to the financial infeasibility of MCORS. Among other things, they suggested that toll receipts on the Suncoast connector would have to exceed those collected on the main line of the turnpike on a per mile basis to cover the statutorily required minimum share of debt service on any bonds that would be issued to finance construction. It's reasonable to expect those same numbers would apply to the Southwest Central connector. Your focus has been squarely on finalizing guiding principles that FDOT will use to identify alignments. And some of you may want to limit your purview to that narrow charge. I hope some of you will perceive your responsibility more broadly. Construction slated to begin in 2022. And this process appears to be the primary, if not the only avenue the public has to express their concerns, represent their interests, for them to be recorded and conveyed to the decision makers who are pushing MCORS forward with such urgency. So you're the ones that have the opportunity through your final report to put the brakes on this process. Please resolve to include clear reservations about the financial feasibility of MCORS and the unrealistic timeline for a project with such immense financial and environmental implications. Florida's urgent needs that will go unmet.
Time's up, Mr. Kelly. Thank you for your comment. Up next is Matthew Schwartz from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Matthew, you are unmuted.
Yeah, hi. Matthew Schwartz representing the South Florida Wildlands Association. So first to the FDOT is welcome to the Western Everglades, Florida panther habitat, and what's called the Amazon of North America. And I would say whether it's a toll road or co-location or multimodal, this process should not be starting with these task forces trying to come up with recommended routes. Not going to belabor the point anymore, but the fact that there has been no needs analysis for this project is simply its nail in the coffin. We've talked about this over and over again. The process is fairly much doomed. By the way, this is not the first ridiculous boondoggle which has been proposed for Florida that went belly up. In 2014, I received a call from the Miami Herald asking me my opinion about Cantor Realty's bid to put an oil well in the Everglades of Broward County. The project went through many hoops and even won an appellate court, but I knew from the beginning the well was not going in. The idea of putting an oil well in the Everglades in the middle of drinking water for an entire region was ludicrous. I just didn't know the end game. It turned out to be a state buyout of Cantor Realty's land and mineral rights in the Everglades for about $800 an acre earlier this year. Other crazy projects that have gone belly up in this state include the Cross Florida Barge Canal and the Big Cypress Jetport in what is now the magnificent Big Cypress National Preserve. That project received one of the first environmental impact statements from the Department of the Interior ever written. And here's the famous opening sentence, and I could say that much of that sentence does apply to MCORS as well. This project will also be subject to a federal EIS. Quote, the development of the proposed jetport and its attendant facilities will lead to land drainage and development for agriculture, transportation, and services in the Big Cypress Swamp, which will inexorably destroy the South Florida ecosystem and thus the Everglades National Park. And a follow-up report from the National Academy of Sciences the next day echoed the finding. Ultimately, funding was not approved by the U.S. Department of Transportation to construct the project. A single runway, which was constructed, now sits in the middle of the swamp. Another project that was almost stopped in this same region concerns Florida Gulf Coast University. In that case, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service wrote what's called a draft biological opinion, and it contained what's called a jeopardy determination. I'll read a sentence from that. It cannot be overly stressed that continued deterioration, fragmentation, or loss of habitat will reduce the South Florida panther population below the level essential for demographic and genetic health, leading to extinction. Unfortunately, Mr. Ben Hill Griffin III leaned on then Senator Bob Graham. Senator Graham, in turn, leaned on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and ultimately greenlighted the project. I assure you that's not going to happen here. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has already weighed in on the project. It's called it a disaster for the panther and all the other wildlife in the area, not only from the highway, but for all the sprawl that it's going to generate. I would ask this task force to recommend, stop this circus, recommend no build in the final report that you have coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Vivian Young from Tallahassee, Florida. Vivian, you are unmuted.
Thank you. This is Vivian Young, and I'm Communications Director for 1000 Friends of Florida, and I'm speaking on behalf of the organization. On Monday, we sent all the task force members an email outlining recommended language. This followed the format provided by FDOT at its last task force meeting and regarded high-level needs, guiding principles, and implementation strategies for MCORS. They are based directly on the language in the state statute that defines purpose and goals of MCORS. We encourage you, both the task force members and staff, to read these recommendations and incorporate them into the final documents. In addition to that, I'd like to make a few points. We believe that the MCORS statute sets a far higher standard than exists for any other state or federal highway in Florida. It's not just about following the NEPA process or getting required federal and state permits. For example, a statutory purpose of MCORS is to, quote, revitalize rural communities, end quote. If a new highway is built to revitalize rural communities in the area, you must not allow development at the interchanges and must not allow sprawling adjacent subdivisions that will not revitalize the community, but instead destroy it. In other words, to achieve the statutory purpose while building the new highway, it's important to first protect the land through purchase or perpetual easement from development before the highway interchange is built. As another example, the statutory purpose says, quote, protect the environment and natural resources, end quote. It does not say minimize impacts. This means you must first protect those resources from secondary development before the highway or interchange is built. We've also weighed in on the issue of need. We have recommended that the task force decide the forecast of population and employment be based on each local government comprehensive plan, and that future speeds and capacities of all highways be based on full implementation of connected and autonomous vehicles, which will surely be in place early in the life of any MCOR project. This is because the statute specifically talks about addressing need and feasibility. As reflected in 1000 Friends recommendations and the Florida Tax Watch report that several have spoken about, we firmly believe that before hundreds of millions of dollars are spent on planning the three corridors, there first should be a determination of need and financial feasibility pursuant to state and federal guidelines. Only if both need and feasibility are determined should FDOT consider proceeding with planning for the applicable corridors. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mrs. Young. Up next, Jessica Bispa from St. Petersburg, Florida. Jessica, you are unmuted. You are self-muted. Jessica Bispa from St. Petersburg, Florida. You are unmuted.
Okay, there. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, I'm Jessica Bibza. I'm with National Wildlife Federation. I've been following and listening to your meetings, but not commenting, just to let you all know. National Wildlife Federation, we support recreational opportunities for Americans as well as protecting wildlife and their habitat. Really appreciate the changes to the provisions for public comment that allows folks to decide in real time during the meeting that they wish to comment. This is the first time you've allowed folks to sign up during the meeting, and I thank you for that. This is also the first time I've heard task force members really have an opportunity to engage with each other in a meaningful back and forth manner, and I thank you for that too. I'd like to weigh in on some of the topics the task force discussed today, starting with your review of public input received to date. Andrew Dickman expressed many of the concerns that I had. Your review provided topics of the comments, but not positions on those topics. For instance, you noticed the number of comments on existing roads, but what were people saying? That they feel existing roads are inadequate, or they needed to be enhanced, or that they supported new roads instead. I also did not see no build as a category of comments, but clearly, as I've heard today and in meetings in the past, no build is something that the public is repeatedly stating, and it would be nice to see that captured in your summary of the public comments. Although I heard folks say that the process is not being rushed, it doesn't feel that way. As I mentioned, since this was the first meeting that task force members were able to engage in meaningful dialogue, you ended up rushing through a few of the agenda items. Going back to the agenda for the 9:45 public engagement section, there was a bullet of a couple things that were supposed to be covered, and I'm not sure that they were all covered sufficiently. I also wanted to speak to the high-level needs. As Shannon Espinosa mentioned during the meeting, the needs and also the purpose should answer the question, why? Why build the road? One statutory purpose, as the last speaker just mentioned this exact thing, is to protect the environment and natural resources. Again, building roads will not, cannot protect the environment. There was also a little bit of discussion about jobs and these roads, MCOR's creating jobs. I really hope that when you're talking about jobs, you're looking at long-term jobs and not just construction jobs, because those will go away. The other thing I wanted to mention is one speaker talked about how these roads would, how MCOR's project would be bringing broadband into rural areas. And I am totally supportive of that. The presentation, I guess it was the last meeting, talking about alternative transports and smart vehicles. Again, those are great, but those are not reasons to build whole roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Up next is Richard Grosso from Plantation, Florida. Richard, you are unmuted.
Hi, thank you. I've been practicing environmental and land use law in Florida from the Keys to Pensacola for 33 years. You know, when you look at the law here, it said that each task force shall evaluate the need for and the economic and environmental impacts of evacuation and land use impacts of the corridor. And then it set up a task force for each individual corridor. The concept when a law does that is it says, or here's a big broad policy statement the legislature has made. Now we're going to set up a task force to put site-specific mapping and policies and information to those broad general policy statements of the legislature. That it's impossible for me to read the law without concluding that's what was meant here. And even if you assume that the legislature meant that there's something that's going to get built somewhere, the concept of the task forces is for you to decide what kind of facility is needed exactly on what segment of this really long corridor that you're dealing with. Is there a need to build a highway to bring people internet? Is there a need to build a highway to benefit of small rural communities economically? What kind of transportation facilities do farms need? Is that a major highway? The notion that you might not be moving towards a final report that identifies the specific need for what kind of facility where and the economic viability just really doesn't appear to be meeting the charge that you've been given by the legislature. This task force has also been given some very specific instructions about environmental protection, ecological protection, panther protection. that is meaningless if it doesn't mean you've identified exactly where are the lands that need to be preserved in order to protect endangered species and the ecosystem in Southwest Florida. What lands need to be preserved? What's the budget going to be to buy those lands? Where exactly do we need and would we put wildlife crossings if we're going to do any kind of facility? I can't read the statute any other way than that's exactly what the legislature asked you to do. The policy guidance, if the policy guidance is the language that I'm looking at today, it's no more specific than the statute itself. It's not particularly meaningful. It's words and phrases that mean all things to all people, and we're not really going to give very meaningful guidance to the implementers. If the end of your process is that you're no farther along when you start the PD&E process than you would have been without a task force. You have to ask yourself, have we really done what we're
Time's up,
supposed to
Mr.
do?
Richard Grosso. Appreciate your comment. Up next is Kristen Rubin from High Springs, Florida. Kristen, you are unmuted. You are self-muted. Kristen Rubin, you are unmuted. Kristen Rubin, you are unmuted. We can hear you.
Hi, thank you. I'm sorry, I really wasn't planning on speaking today and I did not sign up for it, but I will. As you know, well, maybe you don't know, I'm with the our Santa Fe River, and you know, we try to keep an eye out and like others that I have already heard represent Floridians represent the environment of Florida, and you know, they do go hand in hand, and we are in this pandemic, and it bears to mind that if I was going to bring in a Walmart, which a couple years ago, a Walmart was going to come into Alachua County, and they had to do a study. They had to do a study, which I have heard from other businesses and other business people that they do. They do a study on, will it be supported by the economy of the people? Will it be environmentally okay to put in an area? And sometimes they don't really look at the environmental impact, and then you have to have people that come in and say, well, no, there's some, you know, there's some aquifers underneath, there's some springs underneath, and it goes back to that it wasn't feasible, financially feasible. And you know, I was just reading back in a Tampa article from August 2019, and I remember going to the first task force meeting that was held down there, and no one has still done a feasible study on if it's needed. This is not needed, and the impact to our environment is critical and can never, ever, ever be recovered. If you go and you dig a 5 square foot area into your land and you put the soil back in, is that soil going to go back in the same way that you dug it out? No. It cannot be done. And what you are asking for Floridians to do is to bear the brunt of this cost of this unbelievably inept idea that is only for people to make money. Here you have a state that is at the epicenter of the pandemic, along with, of course, some others. And this is what you're thinking about, is making money and to, you know, pay people that want to make money. It's not what we want. Ask the state of Florida if they want it.
Time's up, Ms. Rubin. Thank you for your comment. Up next is Julianne Thomas from Naples, Florida. Julianne, you are unmuted.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Julianne Thomas. I represent the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. I have a few questions for FDOT, and then I just some things I wanted to remind the task force members about. The first question I have is whether the efficient transportation decision-making process, which is Florida's screening process to review potentially environmental impacts for transportation projects, is actually going to happen. And if that is going to happen, when is it going to happen? I think that it's not going to happen. I see. So I think that that's an important question that needs to be answered. The other thing that I wanted to remind the task force members of is that in October of 2019, a $50 million contract was signed with a consultant for the PD&E study for this corridor. And my question to FDOT is, what have the consultants been doing since October? If in fact these guiding principles are supposed to guide the PD&E study, how could FDOT even pick the best consultant without knowing what the purpose was going to be? It's very troubling. I mean, maybe $50 million doesn't seem like a lot of money to FDOT, but it certainly seems like a lot of money to me, and I hope it does to you. So I have a lot of concerns about what the consultant has been doing, if the PD&E has been started, and if so, how, without the guiding principles. I would remind the task force that in 2007, the Heartland Parkway was considered for almost the same pathway, and it was deemed to be financially infeasible. It was going to be 83% unfunded. It was going to be impossible to build, and I believe that this project is equally infeasible. And before we spend $50 million on a PD&E study, before we spend more time, money, and energy working on guiding principles moving forward, please demand that the Florida Turnpike Enterprise do their feasibility study so that we know whether or not this is even possible, so that we understand if this is even financially feasible, because I don't believe that it is. I just wanted to take my last few seconds to remind you that transportation projections are really inaccurate, and it's impossible for us to even calculate need because of the inaccuracy of need projections and all the changes that are going to take place over the next 20 to 50 years. So please do the financial feasibility study before moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. At this point, we are going to go to our virtual locations. Correction, our remote locations.
Thank you, Karen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Karen. This has been a thoughtful discussion today. We have no members from the public that have asked to speak. Back to you, Karen.
Thank you all. Then we'll go up to the Jack Stroop Civic Center in Sebring. Melissa?
Thank you, Karen. We have no members from the public here that have requested to speak at the Sebring location. Back to you.
All right. Thank you. Did we have any other virtual members that we needed to include? I think not, but central office?
No, ma'am, we're good.
Okay. With that, Mr. Chair, we have completed public comment.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Karen. So this concludes the public comment portion of the meeting. Thank you. Thank you to all the commenters for taking the time to speak about this very important topic. Public input is vital to the MCORS process. Public comments may be submitted at any time to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us and will become part of the public record. I'd like to thank the task force members for participating and receiving public comments today. And again, thank you for the engaging conversations. This concludes today's meeting. Looking forward to our next task force meeting. Thank you.